What is up, everyone? Welcome back to some more Higurashi. In the previous recording session, things got a little wild. So we finally got the hard confirmation that the twins were two separate people the whole time. Though I'm still kind of mixed up on some aspects, because they kind of alluded to some points that maybe Mion was acting as Shion at some points. From the way they were talking about certain events, I'm still not 100% sure. But for the most part, they've been two separate people and have never pretended to be each other. They've never claimed to be each other. One has always claimed to be Shion, one has always claimed to be Mion. That line's never been crossed as far as I know, as far as they tell me. But we have learned that Shion can be just as much of a trickster as Mion is, and probably to an even higher degree. Right? Like Reina herself said, both sisters are surprisingly very similar, right? They act very much like each other. And you know, leading up to the point, Keiichi kept seeing Shion as very girly and feminine, and Mion as just like one of the guys, right? But then now we've kind of like seen the inverse, where Shion is incredibly like, I don't know, mischievous. That's probably the word I'm looking for. She's very mischievous. She loves to play tricks and whatnot, which makes me think wherever the back half of this story is gonna go, it's gonna get a little wild with it. Whereas with Mion, we've seen a bit of a softer side to her, right? Like, Keiichi goes up to the shrine grounds to like help out with everyone. She's like trying to invite him back to the snack tent so they could just have a good time, And then like, whenever Shion gets in the way of things, we see Mion get all flustered about like, oh, why'd you bring 2 cups of tea out here for just by yourself then, huh? Were you planning on giving that to someone? She gets all flustered. No, I would never. That'd be crazy. So we kind of see like both sides of each sister, which has been interesting. And during all that, we also got the curse lore drop where Takano and Tomitake talked about the curse and all the events and all what that happened there. Oh yeah, and then Oishi showed up at some point. I forgot about that. Oishi showed up at some point, and we learned that Shion hates Oishi just as much as Mion does. So clearly they have that in common as well. But yeah, I believe that covers everything that happened last time. I believe I know where I'm at. Well, actually, I guess I don't know where I'm immediately at, because why is Reina here? Because if this were just picking up after we left the shrine grounds, we had our chat with Tomitake, Takano, and Shion, we're heading back home. That wouldn't explain Reina being here. So I'm guessing there must have been like a school day or something after all that happened. 'Cause I don't know why else Reina is here. But whatever, I guess we'll find out. I forgot to click back into the game. Oh, is it just the next day? Reina was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy. Okay, so we came back from the shrine grounds, and then it's like, oh, the next day. Okay, here we are. Alright. Never mind. Okay, so we came back from the shrine grounds, and Reina just happened to be there waiting for us. Gotcha.
こんにちはだろ。
でも今日圭一君にする最初の挨拶だからやっぱりおはようがいいな。
わかったじゃあおはようでいい。おはようレナ。
I grabbed Reina's head and rubbed it with my hand. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat.
やっほー、ケイちゃん。昨日は申し訳なかったね。黙って帰っちゃってさ。
So that was the day before. So it has been a day. So a day has passed. What the hell happened in the interim then? Why is it all of a... If the shrine conversation was yesterday, But then we come upon Reina in the afternoon, and she's like, "Well, I haven't seen you all day. What happened? Was this just like a day off, and Keiichi slept in, and he comes out in the afternoon, and there's Reina?" Dude, I'm not even like 2 minutes into this. I'm already losing myself.
ああ、それを言うなら俺の方が悪かった。ミオをずっと待たせっぱなしでごめんな。
昨日のお祭りの準備のことかな。どうだったケイチくん。しっかりとお仕事してた？
No, he didn't. Like, he did his job properly of setting up for the festival, but if I know what Reina's trying to hint at, did you do your job properly? No, he didn't. The slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movements were already obvious.
頑張ってたよ。えばってたけどね。
I grin dryly, and the three of us break out into
サ
laughter.
トコとリカちゃんは祭り会場で合流か？
Oh, is it festival day? Okay, is that all it is? We just jumped ahead to the night of the festival?
リカちゃんはほら、大切なお勤めがあるから昨日からずっと。サトコちゃんもそのお供だそうだから、もう二人とも神社にいるよ。
Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance. She'd been practicing especially hard for this day. As her friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her
よ
on.
っしゃ、早速行こうぜ。
As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. And it began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a Bond dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs.
ケイチくん早いよ。待って。
たくけいちゃん、お子様なんだからな。
Whoa, the shrine grounds. They were packed with people. It was a festival if I ever saw one.
わあ、今年も立派だね。すごいね、すごいね。
南沢中から出てきてるんだろうな。ありゃ、君吉分家の寝たきりじいさんまで来てるじゃない。あのじいさん、去年の綿流し以降ずーっと布団の中で過ごしてたんじゃないかな。
Yeah, there were a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today.
あ、サトコちゃんだ。はーい。あら、皆さんでございますの。こんにちはですわ。
よう、サトコ、今日はすごい人手だよな。はぐれて迷子になるなよ。
誰が迷子になるんですの？
Satoko, too, seemed somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way.
あれ？リカちゃんは？まだ自由時間でしょ？リカは村長さんたちと挨拶してましたですわ。すぐに来るでございますわよ。
I see. Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival, after all. It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders.
実に大変なのですよ。こんにちはなのです。はう、リカちゃん、お持ち帰り。
Rika-chan wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance.
どう？丈とか長すぎない？バッチャからもしも袖がかかるようならって安全ピンを預かってきてるんだけど。
大丈夫なのです。実に快適なのですよ。
As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches.
いいね、いいよね、これかいいよね。はう。
There was approximately one person here getting a nosebleed from watching Rika-chan move.
ケイチ君はかいいと思わないかな。思わないならレナノになっちゃうからお持ち帰り。
すごく可愛いと思うぞ。かなりカス不敬のふりをして写真を撮りまくりたいくらいだ。2点から撮影して立体視できるようにすれば、立体の生リカちゃんが自宅でいつでも食べ。
はう、いいねいいねいいね。
Rena's eyes and mine glittered with stars, our noses bled, and we drooled.
リカ、あいつらに近寄ると大変ですわよ。地下室とかに閉じ込められるかもしれないのです。
その割にはリカちゃん楽しそうだけど。
ミーがひどいことを言うのですよ。
We all laughed together again.
じゃもたもたしないで祭り用もあるかね。リカちゃんの出番までそう時間がないでしょ。
そうだな。よっしゃ行こうぜみんな。
よー、園崎のお嬢ちゃんじゃねえの。食ってきな。豚肉たっぷりの焼きそばだぜよ。今年はイカリングまで入ってるボリューム派よ。
へい親父、今年の焼きそばもなかなか力作じゃないの。イカまで入れるとは今年は奮発してるね。
へえ、美味しいね美味しいね。
ああ、イカってのは食ってもうまいが、それ以上に匂いが香ばしいんだよな。軟弱になりがちな歯ごたえも実に見事に補ってる。イカと豚肉のボリューム感は実に素晴らしい。悪くない出来だ。
へえ、ケイちゃんって何気に料理番組の司会とかに向いてるね。
ケイチくんが美味しそうに食べてるとなんだかいつもよりもずっと美味しそうに感じるもんね。
俺はうまいものはうまいっていう主義なんだよ。だから俺がうまいっていうものはとりあえず試してみる価値があると思うぞ。
ではケイチ、この焼きそばの評価を改めてどうぞなのですよ。
一言で言うとだ、うまい。胃袋がもう一つあるんなら迷わずもう一つ買ってるな。
Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand.
おお、すごいよ。ケイちゃんがあんまりにも美味しそうに言うもんだから集客効果バッチリだわ。なるね。
It was nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs.
あら、では私も挑戦してみましたよ。おじさんたこ焼き一つくださいますこと。
Satoko bought a stick of takoyaki, balls of fried octopus, from the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth.
どうかな、さとこちゃん。美味しい評価が出るならレナも買うよ。
Chomp chomp, chew chew, gulp.
さあ、料理評論家の北条さと子審査員のご感想をどうぞ。
Though she was all for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own, puts it in their mouths.
あれれ、レナのは外れだね。僕のも外れです。タコさんが入ってないのです。
This takoyaki vendor. Could this be some sort of summer festival only octopus-free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus because they figured it would make them good money today?
あ、私のにはタコが入ってる分には十分うまいよ。
このタコなしたこ焼きをどう美味しそうに解説すればいいんですの？
Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical look seemed to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line.
たこ焼きなのにタコが入ってないからとってもヘル。タコの嫌いな人でも食べられる美味しいたこ焼き。
After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect.
じゃあ次は私が挑戦するよ。小麦粉やネギ、紅生姜の味などの素朴さをしっとりと味わわせてくれる自信作。タコが入ってない分だけ素材の味が程よく。
It wasn't half bad, but after hearing the "there's no octopus in it" clause, even more people left the line.
リカちゃんは何かいいコメントはあるか？率直でいいぞ。
これで400円は高いのです。
That was too honest. Even more customers leave the line, dealing a lethal blow. There are other takoyaki stands around after all.
いやー、なんかその私らとんでもないことをしてるような。ほら、さとこ、あんたが始めたことなんだからビシッとここで逆転させなさいよ。
無理でございます。タコの入っていないたこ焼きなんてどう褒めればいいんですの？
You idiot. Satoko's angry outburst was the finishing blow.
お客さんみんなあれれ、おじさんになんでだろう。はあ。
There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Maibara-sama, will lend a generous hand.
ケイイチならきっとなんとかできますですよ。タコなしたこ焼き屋さんを助けてあげてほしいのです。
笑顔でトゲのあることを言うな。 まあわかった。俺がプロの技を見せてやるからよく見てろよ。
I shoved the stick into an octopusless takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it, but Mion's had some in it. That was the important point.
このたこ焼き屋の親父さんは本当の意味で、いや、愛してると言っていい。
Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at
あ
us.
の親父さんは大好きだからこそいい加減なたこ焼きを作りたくないんだ。そうだね、親父さん。
Takoyaki vendor looked out, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopusless takoyaki deserves such a high rating.
でもケイチさん、そんなにたこ焼きが大好き、たこ焼きに対する裏切りではございませんね。
そうだな、ある意味裏切りだ。だがこれは親父さんにとっての、親父さんは今日だって本当のたこ焼きを作ってるよ。でもそれはこの中のほんの一つか二つでしかない。
まあそうだね。私の食べた一つにタコが入ってる分にはそんなに悪い味じゃなかったよ。
そう、それが本物のたこ焼きだ。それ以外のたこ焼きは8個入ってなきゃたこ焼きじゃないという一般人の先入観への最大限の妥協なんだ。
ケイチ君の言う意味が、どうして本物は一つで他は偽物なのかな。
その秘密はタコにあるんだ。親父さん、このタコ本物の明石のタコだね。近年明石のタコの水揚げは激減してとても高騰しているんだ。たこ焼きなんかにとても使えないようなとても高い値段になってしまってるんだ。
Then the man, who had been looking down this whole time, mumbled,
そうよ、明石のタコはすごく高いんだよ。
でも親父さんは明石のタコにこだわり、安物のいい加減なタコを使えばいくらでもごまかせるのに、明石のじゃないのに明石という上りを立てて販売してるインチキたこ焼き屋は親父さんはごまかさなかった。タコは明石、この一点だけをかたくなに譲らなかったんだ。親父さんはたこ焼きを愛してた。だから嘘をつけなかった。でもどうしても一点だけ強いられる。
それは何ですの？
数さ。たこ焼きってのは一船8個がポピュラーだ。いくら本物の明石のタコだからって言って400円で1個だけってわけにはいかないだろう。でも8個にしなくては買ってもらえない。だから親父さんは涙を飲んだ。本物のたこ焼きを一つ作るために残り7個に嘘をつくしかなかったんだ。
The octopus-free takoyaki vendor burst into tears. I gently clapped one of his shoulders.
みんなが何と言おうと俺はあんたの純粋さを忘れない。あんたこそは本物のたこ焼き屋なんだ。あんただけがたこ焼き屋を名乗っていいんだ。
As I embraced the shoulders of this man shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech.
さあみんな、この本物のたこ焼き屋のたこ焼きをこんな純粋な男を大事にしなくてどうして本当のたこ焼き道が守れようか。みんなが食わないなら俺が食うぞ。
見てた人たちがみんな並ぶよ。ケイチ君、やったやった。
たこ焼きが美味しそうに感じたってより、ケイちゃんの味演説が面白かったからだろうね。ケイちゃんってガマの油売りとかやったらかなりウケるかもしれない。
スーパーの実演販売でもやればウケそうですよ。怪しい万能包丁とか売りつける仕事に向いてそうですわね。
Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, the guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me.
おいおい兄ちゃんたち、よし、要領はつかめただろう。今度はレナが行け。
よーし、頑張るよ。はう、あんず飴が冷えててとっても水飴の上にね、ちょこんってあんずがのっ、はう、お持ち帰り。はう。
Looks like she lost herself in this midway through. But a girl giving it such natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Reina.
今度はお好み焼き屋だ。さとこ、行け。
焼きそばに揚げ玉入りでカリカリなのがとっても美味しいでございますわね。大きなベーコンが丸ごと敷いてあってかじるとほらビローンって出てきて、はっはっはっ。
おお、うまいうまい。それなら俺も食ってみたくなる。
Then, a huge line formed to my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all these onlookers are just following us around to all these stands.
みんなのを聞いてから食べるといつもよりずっと美味しく感じるからなのですよ。
So that's it. Even Rika-chan was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce in the bib she'd put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty.
よーし、おじさんも盛り上がってきたよ。よし、ケイちゃん、私はどれだ？
よっしゃ、ミオはさらにその隣の露店へ行け。
あれでもケイチくん、
Whoops.
お隣のお店は
A goldfish scooping stand. Bit out of our element.
いや、部活の部長たるもの、相手が何であれ逃げられないね。やってみるよ。
ミオンさんのお手並み拝見でございますわ。
The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes.
いらっしゃい。はいよ。アミットワン。
よし、やるぞ。金魚はみんな生きがいいね。実に美味しそう。この小さいのなんかそのままボリボリと生でいけちゃうよね。
ミオンさんは何を言ってるんでございますの？みーちゃん食べてたの？去年レナからもらったのも食べちゃったの？
違う。私そんなこと言ってない。
Oh, is fucking Shion fucking with her? Mion's face went red and she shook it vehemently in
いや
denial.
でも今ミオン、お前
ええ、確かに言いま
Yeah,
した。
uh-huh.
お姉って雑食ですから口に入れば何でも食べちゃうんです。
美味しいなら今度僕も試してみるのです。ダメだよリカちゃん、お腹壊しちゃうよ。
Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been here?
はーい、ケイちゃんにお姉にみんなこんばんは。あんたどこから湧いてきたの？しよう。焼きそば屋さんの時からずっとです。お姉たちは騒がしいからすぐに見つけられました。もうあんたは関係ないでしょ。早くどっかへ消えなさいよ。もう
Yeah,
お姉
fuck
もあまり
off.
私を邪険にしないでください。
Nah, she's right. Fuck off.
ね、ケイちゃん、私が一緒でもいいですよね。
No. Fuck no, I'm not. Keiichi should be even less so, considering all the shit you've pulled on him. You're fine with me being here, right? Fuck no. Keiichi, stand your ground. Stick up for your big homie. Tell this woman to fuck off. She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest into it. Keiichi! Resist your hormonal urges. Tell her to fuck off. Bounce, Keiichi!
ケイチくん、鼻血出てるよ。
Keiichi, you're a pervert.
ところてんを押したらニューって出てくるだろ。
what a metaphor.
あれと同じだ。これは抗いようのない現象なんだよ。
へえ、じゃあ力を入れたらもっと出てくるかな。
Something will come out alright.
ギュッ。
Shion's... her cleavage, it's right up against my chest.
シオン、あんたこら何やってんの？
Whoop her ass!
不潔ですわ。見損ないましたよ。僕の平らなお胸ではどうなのです？
Rika-chan clasped onto my other arm too. Rub. A plentiful, plump feeling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young, unripe fruit on my right. Oh. Shion, Rika-chan, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled.
よくやったレナ。
みんな不潔なんだよ。レナに殴られ痛いのですよ。リカは自業自得でしたよ。
Sheesh. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%. Yeah, she needs to fuck off.
お姉の友達は実に愉快です。
You need to
退
fuck
屈
off.
しないな。ああ、そう。あんたさえいなくなればもっと愉快なんだけどね。
So true, bestie.
もっと一緒にいたいけど、あんまりケイちゃんを誘惑すると 本当にお姉に噛みつかれちゃいそうです。
Oh, then by all means keep going, because I'd love to see that.
だから私一時退却しますね。また来ます。じゃあね、お姉。二度と来るなー。塩負けしよう。
After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran away to the crowd of people and disappeared.
なんだか珍しいミオンさんを見た気がしますわ。しーちゃんが一緒だとみーちゃんなんだかかわいいね。
Rena smiled happily, earning her a whack on the head from Mion.
アホなこと言ってんじゃないよ。次行くよ、次。
We went about just like that, really noisy and lively to the other stands. We were paying money towards the beginning, but midway through, the guys running the shops thought we were just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed through the air.
リカ、そろそろ時間みたいでございましたよ。あ、いよいよなんだね。
Right. It's just about time for Rika-chan to appear in the offertory dance.
ちょっとドキドキしてるのです。
信じなって、自分を。リカちゃんが流してきた汗は絶対に無駄になんかならないから。
Mion slapped hard on Rika-chan's back.
そうですわ。リカはきっとやり遂げますわ。頑張るのですよ。その息だよ。
I balled my hand to a fist and raised it into the
応
air.
援してるぞリカちゃん。ファイトオンだぜ。
Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd ever seen, then pivoted on her heel and ran off.
じゃあ私たちも行こうよ。
そうだな。応援してやろうぜ。
ダメですのよ。演舞中は静かにしていないといけませんでございますわよ。
I got it, jeez. I rubbed a hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end.
なら急いで行かないといい場所がなくなっちゃうよ。行こう。
Mion ran off and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into the tight space to watch the edifying dance.
こりゃすごい人出だな。
I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where did everyone go? Probably got lost among all these people. Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. It's Shion. It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Oh, we got separated. No big deal. We can just meet back up when Rika-chan's dance is over. Gave up on finding the others and wandered around, trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. Didn't take long for me to realize I'd have to settle for watching between the heads of the people in front of me, though. Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This one was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had come on stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhalations of admiration, and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We should have cut playtime short and come here to get good spots earlier. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hoe and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then, the solemn offertory dance began. She had practiced using a mochi-pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hoe Rika-chan held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down. It was doubtlessly difficult to even lift in the air, but she sweated and waved, raised and dropped it again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity? I don't think I've seen that one before. Present at this festival. There must be a ton of pressure on Rika-chan's shoulders right now. Damn, why am I cheering her on from a place I could barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her.
ケイちゃん、こっちこっち。
No, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't give in to the demon. Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good place nobody else knew of.
シオンなんだなんだ。
黙ってついてきてくださいね。
No, no. After she told me so, she ran a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. And we're getting separated from me. I ran after her so that I wouldn't be left behind. As I wondered in anticipation what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds.
おいおい、どこ行くの？これじゃどんどん離れちゃってるぞ。
You stupid bastard.
黙ってついてくればわかりますから。
Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people and not much moonlight. It was dark. We'd gotten pretty far away from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. Are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance from
そう
here?
か。どこか屋根の上とかそういうところから。
はい。
だってそうじゃなかったらどうやって。
リカちゃまの演舞なんか見たかった。ケイちゃん、ひょっとしてストライクゾーンものすごく低くありません？
なんだか話が微妙に。お前は俺をリカちゃんの演舞がよく見える場所に案内して。
はい。誰もそんな約束してませんよ。
Keiichi. What will it take for you to learn? What will it take for you to realize this bitch never has good intentions? What will it take? For the love of Christ, what will it take? Like, oh. Oh my god. How many times does this woman need to fuck you over and fuck your friends over for you to realize she's a goddamn menace? What will it take? Fucking Christ. What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Shion? Because you're fucking stupid! Because you're a goddamn dipshit! Oh, Christ. Is it my fault? Yes! Am I just reading the wrong things into it?
じゃあお前は俺をなんでこんなところに呼び出したんだよ。
With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around, Shion pressed her index finger to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is dark. This is a dark, dead, empty spot. Can't see it from the festival grounds, and now a male and female of the same age are alone together." Could this be? Shion. She's not planning something crazy again, is she? When is she not? When is she not planning something crazy? God damn it, Keiichi. You stupid bastard. She could be planning something crazy. When does she plan anything sane? When does she plan anything normal? By all means, point it out. Show me. I'd love to see it. Where is it? Fuck.
あれを見てください。
Shion whispered, pointing to the dark underbrush. And there we saw two figures. One male, one female.
なんだありゃ。
相敵の生現場に決まってるじゃないですか。
You dragged me out here so we could watch two people fuck? That's what you dragged me out here for?
ほらほら、あれ、誰だかわかります？
Yeah, it's Tomitake and Takano. I peered intently into the dark as Shion's suggestion. Oh, it's Tomitake-san, Takano-san. Damn, who would have guessed? The two of them were clearly breathing quietly, glancing around to make sure nobody knew they were there, as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building.
まさかシオン、これを見せたくて俺。
ケイちゃん、リカちゃまの演舞は毎年見られるけど、こういうのは二度とお目にかかれませんよ。
I thought the Sonozaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this, they seemed all too similar. No, not really. No, not at times like this is when I'm like, I can draw a clear distinction between the two. I'm like, yeah, no, Shion definitely has some differences from Mion. Mion is not. Mion won't drag you away from the homies dance, all right? Mion won't do that. Shion, she's like, hey, you want to see something spicy going on? But you come with me, huh?
俺は帰るぞ。二度とこんなのに呼ぶなよな。
今動いたらバレちゃいますって。
At our noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around.
あらあら、どなたかしら？
We held our breaths, tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. Shion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush.
どうもこんばんは。お月様の綺麗ないい夜ですね。
あらあら、しおんちゃんに前原くんじゃない。こんばんは。月の綺麗な夜ね。
おやおや、ケイチ君も隅に置けないね。
No, if he was smart, he wouldn't be here in the first place.
こんなところで相引きかい？だとしたら、僕たちとんでもないお邪魔をしちゃったかな。あははははは。
Also, why are you doing nasally voice again? Stop that. You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Tomitaki-san and Takano-san laughed to themselves, and it got on my nerves for some reason.
ってことは富武さんたちは相引きしてたってわけじゃないみたいですね。
それはもちろん違うよ。そういうロマンスも嫌いじゃないけどね。
残念だけど、あなたたちが覗き見したくなるような相引き現場じゃないのよ。期待に添えなくて申し訳ないわね。
相引き現場じゃなかったら富武さん、今扉の南京錠いじってませんでした？
Huh? After she said that, I looked at the two of them again, and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock.
バレちゃしょうがないな。僕たちが倉庫破りをしてたなんて内緒だよ。
内緒って、それ泥棒ってことですか？
I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Tomitaki-san was grinning.
いやーね、泥棒ってのは別に私たちは物を持ち出そうとしているわけじゃないの
We're
よ。
not thieves, we're breaker and enterers.
へえ、じゃあ何のために鍵開けなんかしてるんで？ここ開かずの西宮殿ですよね。
Is that why you dragged me out here? Is just so you could have some backup when you confronted these two? Because it seems like you kind of knew the whole time and just wanted someone else here to witness it.
古出家とほんの一握りの人間しか入ることが許されないっていう。
Forbidden storehouse. I took a few steps back at that and looked at the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one, removed from any signs of... Oh, I see. Built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened. And it was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than normal warehouses.
ここはね、西宮殿といってね、西宮をしまっている倉庫なの。いえ、西宮を祀っている神殿と言ってもいいかもしれない。リカちゃんが奉納演舞で使っている祭事用のクワも今日までこの中にしまわれていたものよ。もちろん古出家の人間以外汚れを持ち込むから立ち入り禁止の不可侵領域、聖域なの。
Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming to a place like this then? However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and terribly cruel grin at worst.
私、Hinamizawaの昔語りや伝承を、私の知的興味のさまざまな答えがこの中に詰まってるの。
Well, damn, no wonder you two got cacked in the first chapter. Jesus Christ. Motherfuckers broke into the goddamn forbidden shrine warehouse. Clearly someone caught on to that, and that made you two pretty big fucking targets. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
この中に入れるチャンスを今日までずっと待ってたんだから。
A chance. Everybody's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot.
へえ、富武さんに鍵開けの技術があるなんて知りませんでした。
あ、いや僕だっていやいややってるんだよ。
付き合わせてしまってごめんなさい。でも二郎さんのおかげよ。感謝してるわ。
やれやれ。でも高野さん、こういうところに黙って入り込むのはやっぱり気が引ける。
やっぱり二郎さんはいい人ね。
Tomitake undid the padlock and placed it to the side.
開いたよ。
ありがとう。いよいよね。
Takano-san gulped. With an unusually excited air about her, she gave the heavy door a shove. The sharp smell of mold and dust flew out from the gap in the doors. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it feels like we could be punished somehow.
どう？あなたたちも共犯なんだし。
I have a feeling Shion fucking knew the whole goddamn time what was going on. Christ.
せっかくだから一緒に見学しない？ひなみ沢の皮脂を埋める貴重な文化遺産の見物会よ。今日だけの限定会館。
別に俺たち共犯ってわけじゃ。
That's not how it works, bud. No, officer, you don't understand. Before I broke in with them, I said I wasn't an accomplice. Yeah, bud, that clears you. Jesus fucking Christ, Keiichi, you stupid bastard.
面白いと思いません？ねえ、覗いてみましょうよ。
Yeah, you fucking knew what was going on. Look at you like, oh, we should take a peek, shouldn't we? Yeah, you fucking knew the whole goddamn time what was going on. God, I fucking hate you. Shion said predictably, linking her arm with
で
mine.
もこれは絶対いけないことだよ。神聖な倉庫なんだろ。西宮殿って言ったっけ。ますます勝手に入っちゃまずいよ。
私は一応園崎の人間ですから、この中にあるものは
That doesn't
お
make
お
it
よ
any
そ
better.
想像がついてます。
Yeah, well, I'm a Sonozaki. Like, okay, it's still breaking and entering.
でもそれはケイちゃんにも見てもらいたいものです。
俺に見てもらいたいもの。
You want to show something to me? Keiichi, you oblivious fucking dill hole. I swear to God. I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious. Of course she wants you to see it. It's the whole reason she dragged you out here. It should be so obvious that she knew Tomitaki and Takano was up to some shit and wanted to drag you into it. And of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. That is very true. Of course, I was an average boy, too. That's no excuse. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person. Sleeping, forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose, then I want to see. Till the locked door is open, though. I don't know about this.
面白くないって思ったら、ケイちゃんはすぐに出ればいい
Do
で
it,
す。
bud. Do yourself a favor and fucking leave. Come on now.
きっと興味を惹かれると思いますけどね。
Tomitaki-san spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest.
僕がここで見張っててあげる。一緒に見てきてごらん。僕はあまり趣味じゃないけど、圭一君みたいな若い男の子には結構面白いかもしれないよ。
He said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter.
富武さんはこの中に何があるのか知ってるんですか。
まあね、高野さんにたっぷり聞かされてるからね。
相方の特殊な趣味に付き合わされる殿方も大変ですね。
Tomitaki-san didn't answer that, only responding with a pained smile. Takano-san had this kind of scary air about her, like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had an interest in and go straight for it, but Tomitaki-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made the guilt feel lighter.
じゃあちょっとだけな。
I feel less guilty about it because a nice guy said I should do it. God damn it, Keiichi. Like, I get it. He's a teenage boy. They don't factor in logic into their decisions. And even when they do, it's usually very flawed logic. They don't do a lot of thinking before they act. I get it. I need to rein in my expectations of what this teenage boy is going to do, but fuck. Also, I have the knowledge of everything that happened in the previous chapter, so like I kind of connect the dots. Like, if we go in here, it's probably not going to end well for us. Maybe not immediately, maybe not in the short term, but in the long term, this ain't going to end well for us.
面白くなかったらすぐ出るぞ。
You got it. Shion gave me another Mion-like wink. Don't you dare compare her to my goat Mion. I will fucking end
決
you.
まったみたいね。じゃあ行きましょうか。二郎さん、留守番をお願いね。
Tomitaki-san waved his hand to see us off. The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lantern she'd brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room.
真っ暗だね。みんな転ばないように気をつけるんだよ。
ご心配あり。じゃあ門番をよろしくね。ここ閉めるわよ。
Takano-san smiled spitefully as if leaving Tomitaki-san out of something fun and began to close the
や
door.
れやれ。じゃあみんなゆっくり楽しんでおいで。
There was a low, heavy, and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world and covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had.
大丈夫よ。予備電池も入ってる。消えたりなんかしないわよ。
Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. Couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was
ただ
within.
の倉庫なのに前室があるなんて変わってるでしょ。一度に1枚ずつ扉を出入りさせることによって西宮殿の中が外に見えないようにする工夫だと考えられるわね。
Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That over there, it's... I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall.
これ明かりのブレーカーか何かじゃないですか？
I flipped the biggest switch I can, and with a click, the pitch-black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at the sudden strobe light brightness.
ダメです。
Before she even finished, Mion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click, and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for
い
illumination.
てててて。
ダメです、ケイちゃん。私たちここに忍び込んでるんですよ。
No shit. Imagine you're a burglar, you break into someone's house, you're like, fuck man, it's dark in here. I gotta start turning on the lights.
明かりなんかつけたらバレちゃうかもしれないじゃないですか。
I'm scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light.
大丈夫よ。本当に一瞬だし。
And guess what? That moment was all they needed. That moment was all they needed. Trust. There's someone somewhere who may not have like a view of the front of the storehouse of the warehouse, so they don't see like they don't actually see Tomitaki and the group like breaking in. But there's someone who has like a view of the building somewhere who just like catches it out of the corner of their eye. They're just like, did the fucking warehouse just light up? Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. Seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see
さ
us.
あ入りましょう。よいしょっと。
The even heavier door opened, and this time it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air. There was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. The other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like the raw odor of a fish market. From how the sound echoed, this room felt far larger than the first. Takano-san held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. At the back of the wall of the storehouse, right in front of us, was a Buddha-like holy object standing there looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of the lantern.
あれがひなみ沢の守り神。お社様よ。
So you say ritual implements. These look like torture devices.
社にあるのよりずっと立派ですね。
Oyashiro-sama. So this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa. The one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with that dam construction.
想像してたよりたくさんの細具が収められているようね。でも残念。どれもあまり手入れがされていないわ。状態が悪いのが悔やまれるわね。
Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lining the walls, ceiling, and shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead, it was more like the workshop of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. I'd imagine there would be more artistic things in here from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away.
あら、面白くないかしら？
俺は文系でも美術系でもないんで、あんまりこういうのを見ても。 よく価値がわからないです。
圭一君はよくわかってない無理もないけれど。
Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time, took out a worn scrapbook, and began to flip through it.
じゃあ圭一君のために昔話でも聞かせてあげようかしら。この地方では一般的な昔話、図書館に行けば教育委員会推薦の本にも載ってるくらいにね。
Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place? She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd have found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm.
いいえ、じゃあ読むわよ。
After confirming that I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly, like a kindergarten teacher reading a book.
昔々ある山奥の村にね、
Okay, so
沼
this
があ
is
ったの。
pretty much the lore dump that Oishi gives us. He's like, I heard from my mom about this, old tale about Hinamizawa back when it was Watanagashi.
その沼はね、底なしの深い地の底の鬼の国につながっていたんですって。
Rumors said that it was deeper than the ocean, and anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, a bottomless swamp. Its name was Onagahuchi. Wait, I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking in the bottomless swamp. Could that be the swamp she's talking about?
ってことは、その村はHinamizawaですね。
察しがいい。そうよ。当時は鬼ヶ淵村って呼ばれてたけどね。
鬼ヶ淵村、物騒な響きのある名前だな。
イメージもあったんでしょうね。明治の頃に今の名前に改称されたって聞きました。
The name of the swamp connected to hell was called Onagahuchi, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onagahuchi Village.
村人たちは鬼の国、つまりは地獄のことね。鬼の国とつながるという沼を崇めながら過ごしてきたの。でもね、ある日のこと。
Goddamn, that's a visual. Demons began to appear one after the other from deep in the swamp. The villagers feared that hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble.
で、誰かが鬼を退治するわけですか？
残念だけど、このお話には桃太郎みたいな正義の味方は登場しないわ。
じゃあ、村を挙げて戦うわけですか？
まさか村人たちに鬼と互角に戦える力などあるわけも。
じゃあ、村を捨てて逃げるしかないですよね。
それも無理ね。村人たちにとっても村は大切な郷里だったから。どんな恐ろしい鬼が攻めてきたからといって簡単に逃げ出せるはずもなかったのよ。
じゃあ、どうするんですか？滅びるしかないじゃないですか。
Unable to fight and unable to run, all they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama, descended unto them.
なるほど。つまり、天からやってきたお社様が鬼たちをやっつけるわけです。
ケイちゃんは男の子ですね。
This ain't like one of your shonen mangas, Keiichi.
すぐに腕力で解決する方に走るんですから。
Shion sighed, a little annoyed. Embarrassed, I held my tongue.
お社様はね、やっつけるとかそういう暴力的な神様じゃなかったの。もっと優しい慈愛のある神様だったの。
The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't even fight. They simply prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashiro-sama urged them to go back to hell from whence they came, but the demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return.
鬼たちの世界にも厳しい戒律があってね。彼らは地獄を追放された鬼たちだったんですって。
Demons, who didn't have a place to go, neither in hell nor in the human world. Of course, they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry.
村人たちも話を聞くうちに少しずつ気の毒になっていったわ。それでね、村のみんなで話し合った結果、鬼たちと一緒に住むことを決めたの。っ
対峙するとか追っ払うっていう昔話は多いけど、共存ってのは確かに珍しいですね。
ですよね。鬼ってのは元来それとの共存を決めたというお話なんだから、本当に変わってます。
When the demons first heard the villagers' invitation, they doubted their ears but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in payment for this good deed, the demons shared their many kinds of power and secrets with the villagers.
お社様はその微笑ましい交流を鬼たちが村人と分け隔てなく暮らせるよう人間の姿を与えたんですって。そして自らも地上にとどまり、末永く両者の交流を見守ることにしたんだそうよ。
A land in which man, demon, and god live together. I thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have mediated for them, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it is kind of interesting.
普通のおとぎ話ならこのお話は江戸時代にだいぶ加筆されたみたいで、まだまだ続く随分と長い話になってるわ。
After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually there was no difference between them.
鬼の存在は結局村に溶け込んで消えてしまった。
いいえ、消えたりなんかし、半分はしっかりと残ってたそうですよ。
The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were well aware of the power they had was heresy, and as those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy.
このお話がね、その後に派生する。だからこのお話がベーシックね。
原点って。
村人たちは鬼の血を引いている。つまりこの辺りに伝わるさまざまな伝承や昔話は全部その村の人たちは鬼の血を引いているというのが前提になっているんです。
There was a hint of amusement in Shion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she too had demon blood in her. I could believe that. She is quite the demon. Is there any proof, though? I mean, have you seen this woman? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact beyond just fairy tales.
あら、じゃあ前原くんは沼から鬼が現れて人間と交わったっていうのは
Listen,
本当にあった出来事だって
I've been
信
on
じ
the
てるのか
internet
しら。
long enough to know that there are absolutely humans who wouldn't have a second thought about breeding with demons. All right, just throwing that out there.
信じないわけじゃないんですけど。
When she said demon, she meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right? The more well-known use involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but everything about those from the West was different. Their physiques, their faces, and their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Blue demon? I'm sorry, what nationality is being labeled the blue demon? Like red demon, I could pose some guesses. Blue demon? I struggle to think of a nationality to where, like, you could probably be like, blue. They're blue. No. No, I don't know about that one. Or, like, just, I don't know, some nationality that would, I don't know, maybe wear a lot of blue? I mean, maybe, I guess. If you think, like, if they're shipwrecked, right? Especially if they're, like, military vessels, and they're all wearing, like, some kind of uniform, then red and blue could make a lot of sense. Lacking skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn easily and turn red. Okay, that makes total sense. What? Are the blue ones the ones who drowned? Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skin would look blue, too. Is that... I mean, I guess that makes sense. I don't know, I guess I've never really thought about that. About people with darker skin, like, do their veins... Do they just look like... Are they not blue? Do you not see the blue coming through your veins because of having darker skin? I wouldn't know. I'm a very pale fuck myself, so, like... I guess. I don't know, That's just something I never considered. I'm like looking down at my arms now. I'm like, does not everyone see blue? I mean, wait a fucking minute. Being fair-skinned, I mean, granted, it's currently like it's been 40 years since the 80s, but I'm pretty sure like Japanese people are pretty fair-skinned as well. Like any of the Asian races that aren't like the Southeast Asians, right? Like Japan, Korea, China, like they're pretty fair-skinned as well. Do they not see blue? Do they truly not have blue? Because, like, sure, your Southeast Asians, like your Thai, your Vietnam, your fucking Laos, sure, or like the Philippines and Indonesia and whatnot, like, yeah, no, they're definitely darker skinned, but like, Japan? And like, I'm sure Japan just got their fair number of like, farm workers and other, like outdoor, blue collar workers and whatnot that, get tanned up, sure, but like, I don't, just from what I see from here, like, they seem pretty light skinned to me. I don't know. That's kind of crazy to be like, oh yeah, the Europeans and those descended from the European nations, like they're just so pale you can see the blue in their veins, and I'm like, are y'all not that pale? I don't believe that. I struggle to believe that. A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and came under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups, and attack villages for food and the like.
なんて説はどうでしょう。ちょっと子供じみてますかね。
Takano gave me a weird smile when, having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed up with self-deprecation. So, okay. If we follow the logic of demons are foreigners, so you're telling me that Hinamizawa is descended from foreigners? That foreigners showed up and initially they were like not well received, but at some point there was some mediation between the two, and eventually foreigners were welcomed into the village and mixed in with the village? Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me.
別におかしくないわよ。実際に漂流異人説を唱える人もいるもの。でも実際はどうなのかは誰にもわからない。山賊化した異人の集団だったのか、本当に地の底から来た鬼たちだったの。
じゃあ、高野さんはどっちを信じてるんですか？
真相は別にして、夢のある方を信じたいわね。その方が面白いでしょう。
Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here I thought she'd reject unrealistic stories like that.
さて、いよいよここが面白くなるのは。
Takano-san brought an end to her storytelling and waits for a moment as if to tantalize us.
Huh?
Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro like she was making sure nothing had changed.
どうしたシオン？
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。
No. No. Don't hit me with the don't worry about it. No. We have broken in to the Forbidden Shrine warehouse. We're being told stories about demons, and regardless whatever your interpretation of demon is, we're being like given like this little peek into like the history of this village, right? And you're over here like fucking looking over your shoulder, be like, huh? What was that? And we're like, oh, what'd you see? Oh, don't worry about it. No, now is the time to worry about shit. Now is the time to worry about, especially fucking anything involving you. Because I don't trust you. You're always up to some shit. Oh, I'm sorry, don't worry about it. No, now I'm even more worried about it. Fuck you. She pretended as though nothing had happened. Takano-san also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and broached the next subject.
村人たちに半分鬼の血が流れてるのは話したわね。実はその血なんだけど、鬼は鬼でも人食い鬼の血なんだって言われてるの。
人食い鬼、急に物騒な響きになりましたね。
その血は今でも村人たちには時折その血が眠りを覚ますと言われているわ。
I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending, with the humans and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story.
人食い鬼だから何十年かに一度どうしても人肉が食べたくて仕方がない。だからって村人同士で共んだから彼らはその度に人里へ降り鬼隠しをしたと伝えられてるわ。
何ですか？鬼隠しって。
平たく言えば鬼たちによる誘拐行為よ。鬼ヶ淵村の村人たちが人里に押し寄せ哀れな生贄を無理やり力ずくでさらったんですって。
Takano-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack the villagers they loathe in the dirty world of the masses below, and then they kill and eat their sacrifices.
それじゃあ鬼と何ら変わりないじゃん。お社様はどうしたんです？その村にとどまって人々を見守ってるんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
もちろん。だから鬼隠しは無差別ではなく神様が決めた生贄以外にはほとんどの場合は一人か二人だったって記されてるわね。
A village inhabited by both human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode's colors had inverted, like negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth.
そうして生贄をさらってきた哀れな犠牲者を美味しくいただくため綿流しの儀式が開かれたというわ。
Watanagashi. Tonight's festival was Watanagashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible take Takano-san was telling me.
綿流しは冬の間に使った布団なんかに感謝するお祭りじゃなかったでしたっけ？
ケイちゃん、綿って言いません？臓物のこと。
Shion, who had been silent till now, spoke up.
綿？そういえば言うな。魚の綿っていう。
Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today at Takano-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind.
綿流し。
Anything saying that could ever feel so nauseating.
そう、前原くんの今でこそ綿流しは毎年6月に行われるちょっと早い夏祭りに過ぎないけど哀れな食材をさらってきた夜にだけ開かれた凄惨な人食いの宴のこと。
嘘だ。
I had no real reason to say that, but I couldn't help it.
前原くんはさっき綿流しは布団を清める儀式だと言った。綿が詰まった布団って何を意味してると思うかしら？
You know when you phrase it like that.
布団は布団だろ。
Futons are futons. There's no metaphor. There's no metaphor. No comparisons. No similes. It's just futons are futons. There can be no subtext.
シング、寝るための道具だよ。他に何の意味があるんだよ。
I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons, stuffed with cotton. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have to be humans.
では、リカちゃんがリカちゃんがあそこで何をしていた？
わからねえよ。
What, swinging the hoe around wildly? Like...
第一、リカちゃんの演舞は最後までちゃんと
ケイちゃん、エキサイトしすぎです。
Shion grabbed one of my ears, reminding me that this wasn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel.
リカちゃんが持っていた。もううすうすは気づいてると思うけど、人間の腹をこじ開けるための解剖道具なのよ。
God damn. I didn't see the dance all the way through, so I don't know what kind of performance the Rika-chan was putting on after I left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance to me. To summarize what she said, after what I'd seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She'd cut the cotton out one bit at a time and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it
平
was.
たく言えば、魚の綿を取り出して三角コーナーに捨てるのを、それで儀式はおしまい。その後はそれぞれの役割を持った村人たちがおのおのに肉を解体して美味しくいただいたって考えられてるわね。
At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt, for some reason, violent displeasure. Riki-chan. Every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice pounding mallet into the schoolyard. She'd work so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work. Takano-san disgraced it. Even though she worked so hard to practice for today.
高野さんももう少し言葉を選んでほしいです。ケイちゃん、ナイーブなんですから、あまりからかわないでください。
I want to be mad at you, but you're so right about that. I want to be like, hey, yo, fuck you, Shion. I love to say that at every chance I get, but she's so right about that one. He's kind of a naive bastard, so like, hey, ease up a little. When you so dumb, you can't even correct your ops about it, like... A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must have been fully aware of how that story made me feel.
ごめんなさい。男の子だからショッキングな話は結構好きかと思って。
Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice as she smiled gracefully.
この辺まで話を聞けば、ケイちゃんにもこの細具伝の中にどういうものがあるのか理解できるようになってきませんか?
Honestly, I feel like you should have figured out the moment you laid eyes on it. Because even if you're just like a 16-year-old boy, at 16 I could look at something and be like, that's a fucking torture device.
ほら。
Shion pointed out one of the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light. There was... Mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. All those uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use. They all suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they had looked like carpentry tools, like chisels or planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of these sorts of tools before. Uh-huh. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history textbook. Yes, on the page introducing the Keiichi Shinsho, or the new text on anatomy.
こういうのはね、医学の本場、ドイツの文献の方がリアルに掲載されてるわよ。
These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools, they're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in textbook supplements. The things hung up on this wall looked exactly the same as those.
もっと怖い言い方をするなら、調理道具といったところかしらね。
Also, the torture devices. Like, for y'all got cages lining the ceilings, right? Where you would keep, I don't know, maybe your victims. Like, look at that fucking torture rack on the left side. Let me get my cursor in here. This fucking torture rack they got going on up here. They fucking put your head through here, so your head is stuck there. They got like handcuffs on the side here. Your arms are locked through these ropes. This is gonna like tie your legs down, as well as some shackles to put on your legs down here. Like, this is a whole ass like fucking torture rack right here. It's not like the classic, the actual rack that people would know from, where like you would be tied up, like all your limbs splayed out, and they would like crank the wheel that would slowly fucking pull you apart and shit. But this is clearly something to hold someone in place for. I guess you could say it's like some kind of, ancient medical table where they would hold down, the patient, but like, come on. Like, and, this, vaguely coffin-shaped thing, like, I don't think it's quite an Iron Maiden, because an Iron Maiden, I think, has spikes on both the back and the lid that closes in. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't remember, because, like, that also could be just, because maybe it's just a very old Iron Maiden, where, like, you were placed in the box, but it was only the lid that had the spikes on it. I don't think that's the case. I don't know if they made those, but, like, maybe. I mean, fuck, if anything, like, Takano, get the fuck out of the way. Let me look at more of this shit, because it's so clearly, like, it looks like torture shit. And you could say it's like dissection stuff, right? Stringing, like, the body up on this thing, use all these tools and whatnot to actually cut it, sure. But seeing the coffin-shaped thing makes me think of an Iron Maiden, which is in no way a medical thing. That was 100% a torture device, but also there's no spikes, so you can't quite say it's an Iron Maiden. But yeah, like, this absolutely just looks like a goddamn torture chamber. You can say dissection all you want to try to sanitize it. This shit looks like a goddamn torture chamber. Takano-san, holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not. Takano-san illuminated a coiled chain, which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. Oh, right, it's just the statue of Yashiro. Yeah, no, nothing else in the foreground here really stands out, but... The chain in itself was nothing unusual, but further along it were metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people. She untapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table that was clearly shaped like a person. Restraining table. Okay, that's what they're talking about. I guess that's the proper term for it, a restraining table. Because yeah, a torture rack, specifically using the term rack, would refer to the crank and, dismemberment table. My spine froze. My blood felt like it was turning into sherbet as it crawled up my back. On each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the table was searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in. The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as though from a knife or a saw. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. Proof these tools weren't just for show, they were used for their original purpose. If someone was strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You'd take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up over there, stab them with it, and then you'd slice open their belly and dissect them. Incredible is certainly a word for it. Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination. I mean, to be fair, a lot of things are more fascinating than a wax museum. But okay. Maybe those were all the rage in the 80s, I don't know. Takano-san had this happy expression like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person has nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that fascinating to her? I, for one, was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank. This was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all this. That would be none other than Takano herself. Takano-san, holding the lantern, giving off such a thin beam of light, if she suddenly turned it off, then what would I do when, the next moment, everything went totally dark? I don't know. Knowing you'd probably scream like a girl, and then the girls would be like, shut the fuck up, Keiichi. I feel like that would be what happened. That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light, and anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding onto my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally, here and now. I wouldn't call Shion an ally. Before we had even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air I felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up, all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones made to take away Sacrifice's freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare their bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from the sort of clean, simple killing function of a katana. Tools to kill people were, obviously, constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that was the goal, then the person you used them on would obviously end up dead. The kinds of tools here, however, were different. The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, and for grinding them. They were tools of torture. There it is. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If the sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be nice, but they don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now, in this moment, did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was.
人ってね、上手にやると結構殺さずに済むものらしいの。
Takano-san, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile.
魔女狩りで有名な家系。火あぶりなんかは全身の皮膚が広範囲にわたって重度の火傷を負うと、組織の分解産物で中毒症状を引き起こし、まあ確かにそれに至るまでがギロチンなんかに比べればはるかに長いところに残虐性があるんだけど。
She described such horrors in a strangely medical way. Shion immediately answered the question I had.
高野さん、看護師さんですから。
This is saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess it's true.
ところがね、ローマの時代の処刑方法にね、網焼きというものがあったの。
The bowl. I forget the fucking proper term for it, but it's the bowl. It's not just the iron bowl. It's like fuck. God, there's a term for it.
バーベキューと同じにね。
Just like a barbecue. It's not just like the no, it's not the fuck.
金網で挟みつけて炭火で
Oh, never mind. It's not what I'm thinking
焼
of.
いたんですって。
Well, yeah, I guess the bowl wouldn't be like a barbecue. The bowl would be more like an oven, because you're getting stuffed inside something and then it's being lit up. To think the memories of when I went to day camp with my family come rushing back now of all time so
こ
vividly.
れだとね、どういうわけかなかなか死なないらしいのよ。ものの本によると、一昼夜かけて片側が炭化するくらいこんがり焼いても、まだ意識があって流暢に話をしたなんて記述も出てくるから。
God damn, talk faster. That's insane. You drill someone the whole day and they'd still be conscious. It said that ancient Rome, famous for their executions, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive as long as possible. Yeah, Rome was kind of fucked up with it.
その中にね、お腹を開いて腸をウインナーみたいに引っ張り出してウィンチで引っ張り上げて晒し物にする刑があったんですって。
I didn't know about that one. Shion was behind me, clinging to me. Not just because she was scared, she was protecting her stomach.
臓物を引っ張り出すなんて聞いただけでもすぐに
Yeah, no,
死んじゃ
not
いそうでしょ。
necessarily, I guess.
でもね、丁寧に優しくやるとね、意識が
Yeah.
はっきりとした状態のまま腹渡を
I
引
do
きず
believe
り出
that.
すことって可能らしいのよ。
Oh. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was like my organs were coiling up just from Takano-san's stare. Honestly, kinda same. Like I got my head over my stomach right now. I'm just like, oh.
ウィンチで引っ張り出すっていうのはなんだか大妙な方法だけど、もっと野蛮に裂いた腹から臓物をちぎっては投げちぎっては投げという、そんな恐ろしい刑もあったんじゃないかって。でも 処刑者には意識が、それは痛い以上に恐ろしい体験なんでしょうね。
I mean, it's probably more terrifying leading up to it, but I think the pain is definitely a big part of why it happens. I don't think in the moment I'd be like, oh, I'm so scared. I'd be like, ow, fuck, my goddamn guts. They're all over the floor. Fuck. She spoke with pleasure as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears.
Hinamizawa no, いえ、鬼ヶ淵村のWatanagashi。
Perhaps they did.
そんな感じだったのかしらね。
Thanks for your input, Takano. I appreciate it.
耳を澄ませば。
Don't do this bullshit. Listen, can you hear it? The screams of the damned. I wanted nothing more than to not hear anything at all. So why only at times like these do I begin to hear things that I shouldn't be able to? Santa? Takano-san, having realized she'd scared Shion and I enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then, she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd get even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on our field trip through the ritual storehouse. Oh.
これで軽く一周できね。面白いところでしょ。
Yeah, so fucking interesting, she says, raising the lantern high in the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason, it felt like I was able to see all of those horrible tools at once.
Keiichi.
Yeah, what? Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there were a lot of more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars, but then I figured it out. Cages. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there... No, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. So many, big and large, things of all shapes, were hanging down. Takano-san's mention of execution by grilling crosses my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceiling, or even hanging over our heads.
ヨーロッパの拷問道具にこういった鳥かごがたくさん登場するわね。日本にもあったなんて驚きだわ。
I mean, I guess that lends more to the whole foreigner theory. Because, like, look, we have all these torture devices that the Europeans would have used. Like, I wonder how those got here.
中に入ってない人？ミイラ？
どれ？
Shion desperately pointed to one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was there in the first place.
私には何見間違いじゃないの？
Shion didn't seem convinced, but without a means to confirm ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder.
これで前原君にもなんとなく信じられるようになったんじゃないかしら。
I believe you're fucking crazy.
Hinamizawaに伝えられる恐ろしい儀式の数々が。
Like, yeah, okay, I believe that fucked up shit happens in this village, alright? You didn't have to do much to convince me in the first place, but, I'm also convinced you got a few screws loosed. Loosed? It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with all their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't it have its own era of hellscape like torturous feasts because of religious suppression and things of that nature? Hinamizawa itself had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past, no more than a series of historical events, and in this age, nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Hinamizawa as well. At least we'd like to think
手
so.
術への暗黒時代とかがそうだったように、そういうものなんだと解釈し、本当にひなみ沢でこういう恐ろしいことが今暮らしているひなみ沢の人々とは何の関係もないことです。
前原くんは本当にひなみ沢が好きなのね。
It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano-san gave me a light smile.
でも高野さんはその風習が実は現代にも残っているんじゃないかと。そうでしたよね。
Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today?
これ本当に内緒なんだからね。しおんちゃんは理解のある人だから話したけど、他の村人には聞かれたくないの。下手をしたら罰当たり者ってことで袋叩きにされかねないんだから。
Shion flashed a devilish smile, as if reveling in the immorality of it.
前原くんも内緒にしてね。知られたら私、お社様のたたりに
I get a feeling that's gonna happen
生贄にされ
regardless.
ちゃうかするかもしれない。
Call it a hunch.
たたりなら今年はどんな死に方をさせられちゃうのかしら。
Man, if you so if we think about like, yo, the curse as it is, someone dies but then someone gets demoned away, right? Are the ones who get demoned away the ones who have to get tortured? Are they the ones who actually get, yo, quote unquote eaten? I don't want to believe they actually get eaten, but like who knows? You know, the elite love to eat people, I've learned over recent times, so it's very possible. So that makes me think that since Takano in chapter 1 was the one who got demoned away, I almost have an inclination to believe like she was enjoying being tortured. As fucked as that may sound, like just the way she's talking about it now, like, ooh, what kind of death will it be this year? Oh, and the way she almost sounds like she's getting pleasure from talking about all this disturbing shit. Like, I genuinely feel like she'd be like laughing the whole time she's getting tortured.
生贄なら鬼ヶ淵の沼に生きたまま沈められちゃうのかしら。そういえば今夜よ、お社様のたたりがある夜は。
Takano-san said, bring your face right up close to ours. As if to say that if she had the choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. Exactly. It's like she wants to be a part of it. That's what she seemed to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag, then began to flip through its pages. Also, how fucking long is Rika's dance? Right? Because, like, you know, it did seem this long in chapter 1. I gotta be honest. It didn't seem like her dance lasted this long. And didn't seem, because like I know there's like the dance and then they go down to the river and the, you know, each, you know, villager takes a turn throwing cotton into the river and whatnot. I know it's not all just the dance, but the whole process, you know, it just doesn't seem like it would take this long. Because I feel like we've been in this warehouse for quite a while at this point. All these fucking stories Takano has told us, all this walking around, like examining all these devices and shit, like I feel like with all the shit that's happened, with all the stories that Takano's been telling us, with all of us, you know, looking at these instruments and realizing what they're for and all that, going on this whole tour of the warehouse, I feel like this shit would have been wrapped up by now. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had all manner of things written inside. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about.
本当は国会図書館で当時の新聞を探したいんだけどね。ほら、ここ。
A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about just by glancing at
こ
it.
れは実際に明治の終わり頃にね、鬼ヶ淵村で身元不明の惨殺死体が発見されたんですって。
An old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no mere rumor or fairy tale.
当時の警察の資料がほとんど残ってないそうだから、口伝と記憶によるものだけなんだけどね。ほら、これ不鮮明だけど、明治の頃の新聞の切り抜きみたい。
Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy, it was hard to make out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in old Onagahuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It wasn't even in a state where it could be identified in the first place. It was missing a head, and each limb was separated from the body. Skin had been peeled off the entire body, and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife with the entrails completely dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult.
どういう状況かわかるかしら?
I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I tried. This was the first time I was ever thankful for my lack of imagination.
被害者は生きながらにして全身の顔、そして死後にも、さらに遺体を分解、解剖と残虐の限りを尽くしたのではないかって。筆者は、私はどの工程も生きているうちにやったんじゃないか。
Yeah, I'm sure you'd love to believe that, wouldn't you?
前原君はどう思うかしら?
I don't want to think about it. Can we be done? She spoke in a way intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then when I broke my gaze from Takano-san's, those strangely shaped weird tools were all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji area. Hey, why do I keep saying area? Era with the tools found in this place. I want to deny it, but I want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying, these tools, and as if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently.
その薄気味悪い事件が。
筆者はね、鬼ヶ淵村の恐ろしい習慣はひょっとすると昭和初期くらいまでは残ってたんじゃないかって結んでるわ。
This corpse, at a glance, appeared to have been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of the man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange, that it didn't feel real. Was this an extension of the legends too? It happened in the Meiji era, though, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here suggesting it.
でも本当にあったとしたって、明治なんて言ったらそれこそ100年くらい前の。
たった100年前のことよ。
Yeah, 100 years really isn't much in the grand scheme of things.
それにね、昭和に入ってからだってあるんだから。終戦直後に騒ぎになった人肉缶詰事件。
The what? Is that a thing?
ごめんなさい。この話はタブーだったわよね。
Takano-san immediately stopped talking as if worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression soon disappeared.
今高野さん人肉缶詰って。
Just then, there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone whipped around to look. It was Tomitaka-san, who had opened the door slightly.
驚かせちゃったかな。
ここ素敵な拷問道具の方。
僕は遠慮。生来ね、こういうのは苦手なんだ。
Okay, clearly you came in here to tell us something, Tomitake. Maybe tell us. Quit with your banter. Takano-san held her stomach and had to muffle her laughter, as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity.
それより演舞とセレモニーが終わって、あと何分もしないうちにお祭りは終わっちゃう。
They're just now going down to the stream? How long is that fucking ceremony? Because, man, that shit went by in a flash in chapter 1. I'm pretty sure we've been here for like an hour in this goddamn storehouse. And, like, that's just from me sitting here listening to Takano's stories, it's been like an hour. And there were several more moments where like it cut to the next scene. Who knows how much time was in between that scene and the next scene, right? Where it's like, oh, she continued moving forward. She continued her tour of the warehouse, right? Who knows how much time actually passed between those in those fucking transitions? How long was that goddamn ceremony?
あらいけない。前原くんがあまりにも聞き上手だから、またお話三昧になっちゃったわ。
I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this.
次郎さんは表で待ってて、私はちょっと写真を撮るわね。
How about no? How about we get the fuck out? How about, hey, things are starting to wrap up. We need to get the fuck out. How about that? How about that? I want to take a few pictures. I want to get the fuck out of here.
本当はいくつか道具を持って帰りたいんだけど、それはさすがに無理そうだからね。
Okay, but can me and I guess Shion get out of here? I mean, if Shion wants to stick around and help her with the pictures, by all means. But like, can I get the fuck out of here? Takano-san took a camera out of her paper bag and began to snap photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt.
ケイチ君も出るかい？
もう十分に見ました。シオン、もういいだろ。出ようぜ。綺麗な空気が吸いたいよ。
同感です。出ましょう。
I did feel a bit of hesitation at leaving Takano-san by herself in this darkness. When I thought about it, though, I realized that whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in this darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. Even if a phantasm were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. It seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takano-san there, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to the stream, so their voices were very distant. The voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place.
どうだい？面白かったかい？
Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. He should have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were.
富武さんと一緒に留守番をしてればよかったです。
Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings.
シオンちゃんはどうだったかな？怖かったかい？
一応心の準備があった分、でもやっぱり実物は迫力あります。
Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing as how I was in way worse a state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. Tomitake-san grinned candidly, and my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself.
高野さんはおとなしく見物してたかな？ほら、彼女子供っぽいところがあるだろう？宝の山を前にさぞや興奮してたんじゃないかと思ってね。
Both Shion and I laughed and left that as our answer.
見るだけならいいんだけどね、こっそりと何かを持ち出したり、いじくりすぎて細具を壊したりしないかが心配なんだよ。
Right, that's quite possible. She is alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket.
やりかねないです。
Shion said what I was thinking.
本当に何も壊したり、なんだかドタンバタンと飛び跳ねるような音がよく僕は不安で。
ごめんな、フィルムがなく、次郎さん、フィルムが余ってたら分けてくれないかしら。
Takano-san suddenly appeared while we were talking about her taking everyone by surprise. Tomitake-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature.
もう予備のフィルムは切れちゃう。申し訳ないね。
もういついかなる時でもフィルムを残しておかないと仕方ないわね。
Tomitake-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film, we're done here. Takano-san seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned to the heavy padlock we'd left beside it.
高野さん、何も。
失礼ね。そこまで子供じゃないつもりよ。
Tomitake set the padlock back to the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like the thieves had snuck in at all.
よし、僕たちも沢に行こう。綿を流すところくらいやらないとお祭りに来た意味がないよ。
Tomitake-san spoke brightly, urging us all on, setting caught in a float down the stream. Shake my head a few times, driving away my dismal thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano-san, looking a little let down, kept turning back to glance at the ritual storehouse.
もうこれっきりにしてくれよ。十分に知的好奇心は満たせただろう。
まさか。むしろ新しい興味を惹かれるような今日ので、これまでの仮説が一気にこれで今後の調べ方がだいぶ変わってくるんだから。
Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else. Still interested in all this through and through. We descended the stone stairs, and all the people crowding the stream came into view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut out for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over.
まず綿流しの一番いいところを撮影し損ねたよ。
あら、まだ私が言って流すんだから、私を撮ってはくださらないのかしら。
Takano-san, with an impish expression, brought her head to Tomitake-san's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. I felt an honest respect for Tomitake-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman.
じゃあね、前原くん、しおんちゃんも。
僕たちは今からでも君たちも一緒に来るかい？
まさかお二人の邪魔なんてで、どうぞごゆっくり。
Shion waved her hand to them with an expression just as impish as Takano-san's. Tomitake-san, on his part, seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps.
疲れちゃいました。
同感だな。俺も疲れた。
ケイちゃんは綿流し、私なんか気にしないで言って、私は疲れちゃったんで、人混みはちょっとパスしておきます。
Yeah, if we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony.
お姉たちがケイちゃんのことを探してるかもしれません。行ってきてください。
あ、そうだ。ミオンたちと別れたまま、それっきりだ。探してると悪い。
Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face, and put her index finger to her lips as if telling me to keep this a secret. No shit, it's a secret! You think I'm gonna go around telling people I broke into the fucking forbidden warehouse? Even my best friends, like, hell no! Motherfucker, two of my best friends, one is a Sonozaki and the other is a fucking Furude. You think I'm gonna go telling them I broke into the fucking forbidden warehouse? No shit, we keeping that a secret.
お姉ってすっごく嫉妬深いんです。
Oh, what, you just... Well, what am I supposed to tell her? I snuck off my own to go jerk off behind a bush or something? Like... Oh, Keiichi, where did you go? I don't know, I guess I just didn't see you guys. Like, what? Come on, I'm not that... Keiichi's not good at that good of a bullshitter, alright? We know this.
私がケイちゃんを独占してたことがバレると、いろいろうるさいんで、今夜のことは秘密にしておいてくださいね。
I mean, on one hand, I get it, because if we go, oh, I was with Shion, obviously that's gonna piss Big Homie off, but I'll just be like, what were you doing with Shion this whole time? Now it's like, well, I can't tell her that we broke into the forbidden warehouse, so I guess like, I don't know, we like just snuck off and we were on our own for a bit, don't worry about it. Like, yeah, that's not suspicious. And then she'd be like, oh my god, my sister fucked my friend, what the shit? Keep tonight a secret. Don't say things that are so embarrassing.
そういう意味だけじゃないで、今夜私たちがしたことを思えば秘密にするのは当然です。
Yeah, no shit.
今夜起こるかもしれないお社様のたたり、私たち4人が最有力候補なんですからね。
The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, burst out laughing.
じゃあ私はお姉に出くわす前に、今日は本当に疲れてるから、お姉とやり合えるだけの体力は。
シオンってミオンと仲がいいのか悪いのかよく。
仲いいですよ。
Though as she said that, her vague expression explained that there are a lot of oddities in a relationship between twins.
俺は一人っ子だからよくわか。せいぜい仲良くしろよ。
はい、余計なおせっかいと受けたまわります。それじゃあ私はこの辺で。ケイちゃんも急いで行った方がいいですよ。本当に綿流しが終わっちゃいます。
Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the Watanagashi festival below me.
でも本当にあの音は何だったんでしょうね。不愉快というか、気味が悪いというか。
何の音だって？
音ですよ。ドタンバタンって。うるさかったじゃないですか。
I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. Stared hard at her
ご
too.
めんシオン。はしょらないで。最初から何がうるさかったって？
ケイちゃん、気にならなかったんですか？
When all said and done, it was like we were speaking two different languages.
シオン、冗談抜きで、音がどうしたって？
ケイちゃんこそ冗談、本当に気にならなかったんですか？
Neither of us was giving any ground. Both of us were staring at the other in disbelief. We were answering questions with more questions, with no sign of an actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her and ask politely one more
も
time.
う一度聞くからな。質問は俺からだ。
Shio nodded
じ
silently.
ゃあ聞くぞ。音がしたって何のことだ？
ドタンバタンってなんだかどこか遠くの板の間で子供が跳ねてるような。
Oh, Tomitake mentioned that too. I genuinely thought that was like the sound from Keiichi being like scared and like maybe like, jumping a bit, right? But apparently there was a banging noise. Because Tomitake had mentioned that
本
before.
当に気にならなかった。
気にならないも何も。そんな音いつ聞こえた？俺は何も聞いてないぞ。
ちょっとケイちゃん、それ本気で言ってるんですか？
Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. Okay, so that's what startled her the first time. When she was like, what was that? He's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe Keiichi was just so startled by Takano's stories, he completely, like, ignored it and didn't even think about... Well, that... I don't know. I feel like if there was, like, a loud banging noise, something, like, loud, because that's what Shion's saying. Like, it was a loud noise, and clearly it was loud enough because Tomitake also heard it. I feel like if there's any kind of like off-putting noise, Keiichi of all people would be the first one to jump at it because he's was terrified and all jittery and shit. Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about. But if it has Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps and sent a chill down my spine.
さっき最後伝の中で高野さんが昔話を始めた。少しずつだんだんとちょくちょくと。
She heard a bang sound like a child jumping on distant floorboards.
嘘だろ？最後の最後で怖がらせるのはなしだぜ、おい。
I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening.
ケイちゃんこそなんだか高野さんの怖い話に合わせて音を立ててるようで、私ずっと薄気味悪かったんですから。
The chill rose from my spine to the back of my head. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze
ケイ
over.
ちゃんも高野さんも全然意にも介さない風だったので、聞こえましたよね。何度かはすごく大きな音でしたから。
Shion's eyes were begging me to tell her I heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested something entirely different. You've got to be kidding me look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time, Shion had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear by herself. Should that make Shion, who heard it, tremble, or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I didn't know the answer to that one at the time. For now, Shion seemed to have made that decision before I did.
なんだよ、突然。
引っかかりましたね。嘘ですよ。
はあ？
Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial and actually made me feel worse. Yeah, now she's just trying to laugh it off like, yeah, no, it was all a big joke. Yeah, we're all joking, right? It's all jokes. Ha. Then, after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost like she was running away. All I could do was look after her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. Now that I think back, Tomitake said the same thing, didn't he? Yup.
なんだかドタンバタンと飛び跳ねる。僕は不安で不安で。
Tomitake-san, the most neutral party present at the time, had said he'd heard something. Then, that noise, it was real? The banging sounds. Sounds as though a child was jumping up and down on some kind of floorboards far away. Yashiro-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomitake-san, Shion, and me. The bustling of the people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sounds of the insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, and yet I can't ever go back there again. That was the ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then all of a sudden I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch.
ケイイチ、見つけたなのです。
It was Rika-chan. When I turned around, Mion and Reina were there too.
やっと見つけた。あとはさとこか。
今年はみんなはぐれちゃったね。来年からはちゃんと合流場所を決めておきたいな。
そうだね。やっぱりお祭りはみんなと一緒でないとね。
I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt.
ケイイチは僕の演舞はちゃんと応援してくれましたですか？
ああ、ちゃんと見てたぜ。最後までちゃんと頑張ったな。ミスもなかったし。
そうだより、あんなのはミスのうちに入らないよ。
I tensed up as I realized I'd made a mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand on my shoulder a little roughly. The gross sweat broke out over my whole
ケイ
body.
ちゃんはやった？綿をもらって沢に流した？
You haven't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head.
あれ、そうなの？ケイ、早く行かないと終わっちゃうよ。
ごめん。初めてのお祭りだ。よくルールがわからなくて。
そうだったね。ごめん。
Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps.
ねえケイちゃん。
なんだよ。
Eyes?
シオンには会わなかった？
I was expecting her eyes to glaze over. No, she's just mad that she knows her sister was involved. And honestly, that might even be scarier. My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion could sense my surprise through my hand.
いや、でも、ミオンとそっくりだからな。
そんなに間違えないでしょ？
Yeah, it could have been you, brother. They have two different outfits.
服装だって違うんだから。
Yeah.
あ、
Oh.
そうだよな。
Yeah. But they're just so similar. You know, her, white sleeveless sweater top looks so identical to your yellow t-shirt. They're practically one and the same. That necklace she wears around her neck, it's almost identical to the gun you have in a holster on your arm there. Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip on me.
しょうがないな、シオンは。
I know what you can do about her. You can kill her.
まあ、あいつのことだから、放っておいても大丈夫かな。
Mion's expression returned to her former usual smile. We continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along. Oh, wow. What a festival. Scrapbook 4 and 5 and after the festival. So these scrapbook notes, are they like what's in Takano's scrapbook that she has like on her person? Watanagashi. The rite of Watanagashi is performed during a village festival every June, even now, but reading back to its origin turns up a seriously sanguine ceremony. Originally, Watanagashi would happen at certain intervals, and after receiving Oyashiro-sama's trust, they chose a sacrifice. Then, the entire village would kidnap, demon away, the person and ceremonially dissect and devour them in a feast. The rules that determine the intervals are shrouded in mystery. This is because the ceremonies occurred extremely irregularly. Irregularly. There we go. There's a theory that it was determined based on astrological fortune telling, but it isn't too convincing. The residents of ancient Onagahuchi village firmly believed that they were half man, half demon transcendents, and that they were more valuable than humans were, and they forced people within and without to accept that. Perhaps the act of kidnapping and eating people was done to prove that they were higher up on the food chain. This is just a hypothesis, but maybe the rite of Watanagashi was a political event for the purpose of being an outlet for, or outright diverting the attention of, the villagers of the isolated Onagahuchi village. In any case, any of their complaints or dissatisfactions grew serious. If that was the main reason these ceremonies were held, then it's easy to explain how erratic they were. Mm-hmm. the alleged importance of the implements. Can't find anything that gives a concrete description on what the ritual implements were like. They were, however, real, and there definitely existed a multitude of different kinds. One source states that the implements used in the Watanagashi rite alone numbered 200. The obvious question then is why they required such a myriad of them. The rite of Watanagashi was to kidnap people through the demoning away, dissect them, and eat them. I believe the tools are for dissection and restraining, but 200 of them is far too many. Generally, the tools evolve in such a way as to reach a solution for a certain problem. Once you've reached the ultimate goal, that is, attained a certain level of efficiency, the tool's evolution normally stops there. Regardless, why would they have created so many different kinds? One of the cultural elements responsible for diversification over time is that of entertainment. Tools used for entertainment would evolve over time and branch out. Unlike normal tools, reaching the ultimate goal would be more of a dead end, and in searching for the next goal, they would split into many different subtypes. So then perhaps it's not a stretch to suggest that these 200 plus implements had some entertainment value. This is just a hypothesis, of course, but maybe the human dissection process was viewed as a type of entertainment. The three families of old would develop one new implement, dissection tool, after another, and each was varied, novel, and attracted spectators to keep them from growing bored. It's not unimaginable. All of them have to be enshrined within that storehouse. There is much longer until the night of the Watanagashi. Though its original intent has been lost, I will reveal the secrets of the traditional ceremonial night within the ritual storehouse. I can't restrain my excitement. Watanagashi cannot come soon enough. Okay, so yeah, it is. If I wasn't sure before, it is 100% Takano's scrapbook. And then what happened after the festival? Oh, that's the police station. Late that night, tensions at the police station were strained. In the silence, many of the staff members' eyes shifted back and forth between the clock and their telephones, counting the seconds in that stifled atmosphere. Kamagi-kun burst in with a young guy trailing behind him.
Oi-san! こっちは検視入りました。俺もスタンバイ OK しました。このまま焼死の現場へ直行します。
The burned body?
クマちゃん、ちょっと話がややこしくなりました。
まさか4年前の。
いいえ、こんがりといい感じだそうで。
He spoke in sportive tones, but the meaning behind his words was heavy. The staff gave a collective sigh.
頭のてっぺんから
バッチリ黒。ああいう匂いってギフさんかわいそうだな。
Cooked, with no possessions. Then discarded outside the prefecture. At worst, it would have taken a week for the body to be identified. The fact that they'd sniffed it out tonight was huge.
今、小宮山君たちが沖宮の歯科医を根こそぎ野襲してます。カルテで歯型照合するしかないでしょう。ごめん、誰かきつめのタバコ2箱ぐらい買ってきてくれません？
The young guy answered in affirmation, darted out into the hallway.
今年は見事見つけましたね。ひょっとすると過去の失踪者もこんな感じで県外で殺されてたんすかね。
なら埋めればいいじゃないですか。重りつけて日本海でも。
でもどうして一人死んで。
クマちゃん、仏は拘束なしでドラム缶の中でこんがりでしょ。多分締められた後にわざわざ焼いたんじゃないかと思うんですよ。
In an oil drum.
見つかることを覚悟の上でです。
じゃあつまり今年は消す気は初めからなかったってことっすか？
消す気がないってよりは、これはそれとは全く別のものでしょうね。消すどころか主張しているようにすら感じられますよ。
Okay, so they're talking as if they already found another corpse. They already found another corpse, and yet they find this second one. Interesting.
つまり見せしめ
And
の意
yet
味があるっ
they
て
kind
こ
of
とっす
have
か？
been demoned away in the sense that you don't know who it is. He folded his arms, then heaved a long and heavy sigh.
それをしないでやってくれりゃ、こんな遠くまで運んで焼いちゃったら、下手したらわかんないでしょう。見せしめにするなら、Hinamizawaの近くでやるべきなんですよ。殺したことを主張したいのに、場所は演出効果の確実じゃない遠方。今年は何考えてるのかな、お社様は。
Telephone ring cut through the heavy silence. A staff member nearby snatched up the receiver.
おいさん、小宮山さん出ました。沖宮のデンタルクリニックで3年前に親知らずの治療をしてます。
カルテは？
レントゲン付きでバッチリと。
いやー、こんな明け方前に歯医者さんには申し訳ないな。
了解っす。あ、課長です。夜分お疲れ様です。
大石さん、遅くなって申し訳ない。状況は？
やっと面白くなってきたってとこですかね。
Wow! God damn it, Oishi. Wow! I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile.
どうしたのケイチ。昨夜は何時に寝たの
？12時には寝たつもりだけど。
お祭りではしゃぎすぎて
違うよ。
I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. After all that happened yesterday and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that bang noise, like a child far away, jumping up and down on a wooden floor. The story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slight sounds of faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning.
Keiichi-kun! Ohayou! あれ? Keiichi-kun 目が真っ赤どうしてだろう?
おはよう。どういうわけか寝つきが悪くてな。そんなわけで今日は。
昨日のお祭りは楽しかったね。レナも興奮がなかなか冷めなくて、なかなか寝れなかったんだよ。
In Reina's case, her excitement seemed to still be wide awake.
こういうお祭りが何度もあればいいのにね。またみんなで大盛り上がり。は
う。まあ、そうだな。
Reina talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I had nearly forgotten from last night. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me, too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of Onegafuchi village, the villagers with demon blood in them, the terrible cannibalistic feasts, the poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages, victims of the Onakashi. To quell the rage of Yashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many, many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. They were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though. Since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago.
みーちゃん遅いね。
Before I realized it, we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in
この
thought.
時間になっても来ないときは先に行ってもいい約束になってるんだけど。どうする?
Mion being late wasn't too rare an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. See, that's what I'm starting to think, like, I was kind of suspicious of. Like, the body was unidentifiable, right? The body that they found, the burnt corpse, it was unidentifiable. Now, from what we know in the past, it's never been that way. The body has never been unidentifiable. They've always figured out who it was. They've always known who it was, who the victim was. So I can't help but think. Can't help but think some things. Can't help but think some things. Like there's a reason they introduced twins to the story, right? There's a reason they introduced the fact that they look almost exactly alike. They act almost exactly the same, but there's a few key differences that set them apart, right? There's a few key things that if you pay enough attention, you can tell them apart. So, if we were to wager a guess that, oh, I don't know, if Shion were to try to take Mion's place in her, just in the village in general. Well, one thing she may not know about is where she meets up with Keiichi and Reina every day, right? So, I'm telling you, if we show up to that schoolhouse and Mion's already there, already something's up. Already, I ain't trusting whoever that claims to be. Who would die this year and who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion?
どうするかな、ケイチ君。もう行かないと遅刻。
来るよ。学校休むって電話があったわけじゃないだろ。もう5分待ってみようぜ。な。
Reina looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we had to wait 5 minutes, we'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath.
みーちゃん、遅い遅い。
待っててくれた。先に行っちゃってもよかったのに。
Mion was breathing heavily and her face was all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? Wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it?
みーちゃん、ひょっとして具合悪くない？
Huh? Now that she mentioned it, Reina pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead.
レナの手、冷たいな。
みーちゃん、ちょっとだけどね。
そんな大したこと、半日もすればケロッと治っちゃうって。
本当に大丈夫？あまり無理するなよ。
あれ、ケイちゃん、気遣ってくれるの？嬉しいな。
That answer wasn't like Mion at all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, Mion wouldn't respond like that. She must have had it pretty bad.
無理しない方がいいと思うな。
Also, I want to check something.
そんな大したことないよ。半日もすればケロッと治っちゃうって。
I'm just curious because at no point has she referred to herself as the old man, which is something she would typically do, right? She'd be like I was kind of thinking like in that sentence where she said like, "Oh, I'll give it a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle." Like she'd say something like, "In like half a day, this old man will be up and running again like nothing." Like she has those unique things that separate her apart. I like. If at no point during this school day, if she does not refer to herself as the old man at least once, I need at least once, without anyone calling her out. If someone calls her out and then she starts saying it, that's also sus. But like, if she goes the whole day and never says it, I got my eyes on you.
先生にはお休みだって伝えとくよ。
大丈夫大丈夫。風邪薬も飲んだし、すぐに効いてくると思うから。
Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us.
じゃあ行こうか。くれぐれも無理するなよ。時間。
走らないと間に合わない。
スリリングな朝になっちゃったね。鈍った体にはちょうどいいカツかもね。走ろう。
Hey, wait, you're sick. Don't go overboard. Mion began to run vigorously anyway.
みーちゃんだって最初自分の体のことは自分で一番よくわかってるよ。
I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine.
よし、俺たちも行こうぜ。
We began to run after Mion. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I'd be world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times.
何しやがるサトコ。
私は
お前以外にこんないたずら誰がするんだよ。
It just reminds me of those memes of like someone's like, "Why the fuck would you do that? I didn't do anything." Oh, sorry, I'm just used to it being you.
消しゴムじゃなくて、え？
Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was the teacher's shadow, holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand.
前原お顔を洗ってらっ
はい。喜んで。
That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out into the hallway as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I'd rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. Sunlight was strong, so strong you wouldn't think it was June. Turned the faucet, and with the lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. I let it run for a few moments would it get cold. I looked at it absentmindedly for a little while.
やっぱケイちゃんはこっちの流しを選んだか。表の方が気分いいもんね。
ミオンか。授業サボるなよな。
I stuck my hands into the water to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. Scooped it up and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved it out of the way and Mion did the same.
具合の方、眠いのは寝不足じゃなくて、薬の副作用なんだろ？
実は内緒なんだけど、昨日はお祭りの後で親族の宴会に巻き込まれちゃってさ。それで、実はエンドレスに突入しちゃって。
A bit. She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth, which means you didn't have a cold or anything.
つまり、本当に徹夜明けならそうと言え、紛らわ。
勘弁して。体調が悪いのは本当なんだからさ。
I suppose you'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways.
心配して損したったく。ミオンらしいというかなんというか。
Mion scratched her head a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It would go away with time after all.
あ、でも頭がだからさ、さっき先生に早退していいって言われちゃ。
あ、ずるいや。じゃあミオンはもうこれで帰りなのか？
Now that I looked again, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home.
申し訳ないけどね。今日は家でおとなしく寝させてもらうわ。
Good girl. Mion would never call herself a good girl.
部活できなくて申し訳ないね。今日はケイちゃんがリーダーってことで。
多分無理だと思うぜ。俺たち部活は全員揃った時、ミオンがバイトに行ってる時はいつもそのままお開きだったんだぜ。
Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In that sense, the club Mion has created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed face dried up. Suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to the classroom soon, I could get in trouble.
じゃあな、俺は教室に戻るぜ。帰りは気をつけろよ。ふらふらして側溝や用水路に落ちるなよ。
I left it at that, turned around and started heading back to the classroom.
そうそう、ケイちゃん。
Mion stopped me and turned my head to
なん
listen.
だ？
変なこと聞くけど、深く考えないで
それは内容によりけりだな。
昨日の綿流しの晩さ、富武さんと高野さんに会わなかった？
I suddenly tensed up.
富武さんと高野さんは、ほらケイちゃん、お祭りの前日準備の時、シオンと一緒に4人でお話ししてたでしょ？
If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell.
さあ、あったような、合わなかったような。
My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know.
そう。じゃあもう一つ同じく言う。シオンに会わなかった？
My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's words pricked into me.
それ、昨日も俺、会ったかどうかわからないって。
そうだっけ？また改めて聞いたら、違う答えが返ってくるかなって思ってさ。
I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes. Something indescribable. Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Shion, too. She was asking me about them. There's no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And that rather than a curse, it was doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware that we snuck into the storehouse. Okay. I'm starting to put the pieces together. She was up late. She said she was at a party, right? but she was up late, you know, doing the work of the Sonozakis, doing the work that's, you know, taking on the responsibility that's required of her on the night of the Watanagashi. And obviously, Tomitake and Takano were going to be targets. But now Shion's in the mix. And maybe Shion isn't a victim yet. Neither of the sisters are victims yet. Yet. Heavy emphasis on yet. But maybe she suspects that Shion and Keiichi, or she knows they were involved, but she's waiting for one of them to crack, right? Because, you know, Shion and Keiichi, they made their promise. And like, so both of them are like, I mean, I might have seen them around. I don't know, wasn't really looking for them, but like, I might have saw them around the festival, I guess. It's possible. All right, they're all alluding to it, and they're like, So she goes to Keiichi. Yeah, you see Shion? Still gets no answer. Goes to Shion. Are you sure you didn't see Keiichi? Goes back to Keiichi. Are you sure you didn't see Shion? It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. That probably is the big thing that gave it away. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on. Yeah, actually that makes 110% sense. The gang was looking for Keiichi, and they saw the light. They saw the light go on in the storehouse, and whoever it was that saw it, if it was probably Mion, but like whoever it was clearly saw that, and was like, something's going on here. They go and alert the rest of the group, and maybe they even bring the rest of the group around, and because especially Reina, we know Reina is stealthy as a motherfucker. All right. Reina could probably sneak up on Tomitake, or at least get close enough to where Tomitake wouldn't like hear her sneaking up on him, to where she could verify, yep, that Tomitake guy, he's sitting on the front steps. Hey, you know that Takano, she's never far from him, right? So they could probably deduce, well, we haven't seen Keiichi or Shion around, so we can only assume that they're with him as well. Yeah. So it's like they don't know. I'm guessing they don't know for sure that Keiichi and Shion were with them, because like they didn't look into the building. I'm pretty sure that building doesn't have any windows or anything, because it's supposed to be like forbidden, right? But you would see like the light. You would see light. So I'm guessing they saw the light. They knew Tomitake. They saw Tomitake sitting on the steps, but it got close enough to where they didn't get close enough to where they would actually alert him of their presence. And they just kind of assume if Tomitake's there, Takano's there with him, because they're kind of like a duo. But since they couldn't find Keiichi or Shion anywhere else, right? I'm sure they searched all over the festival grounds, couldn't find them anywhere else. They can only deduce that they were there. So now they're just trying to get one of them to break. One of them to spill the beans. Are you sure you didn't see Shion? Are you sure? Are you sure? You didn't see Tomitake or Takano at all last night. Are you sure about that?
どうして会ったかどうかをそんなに。
大したことじゃないの。富武さんと高野さんと悪く言ってる人たちがいるの。
There are some people speaking poorly about you.
何が悪いんだかはよく聞いてないんだけどね。
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. A pleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud.
私、ケイちゃんが悪いことをする。でも、ちょっとだけ聞いてみたかったから聞いてみたの。
Yeah, that's why your eyes glazed over the way they
不愉
did.
快な思いをさせてごめんね。
I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself.
ケイちゃんは富武さんとも高野さんともそうだよね。
なあ。
Yep. Goddamn, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we gotta keep our promise to Shion or we're fucked. I mean, we're fucked regardless. She knows. She knows. but we can't give them any more ammo than they already have. She clearly knows. I finally rang out an answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little.
よかった。私言っとくね。ケイちゃんは何にも悪いことにはみんなにちゃんと言っておくからね。
Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Make sure. Everyone. Everyone. Who is everyone?
じゃあね。
Did she say everyone? Did I not catch that? Yeah, I'll make sure to tell everyone. Okay. So clearly, like, even if it wasn't Mion and the that's kind of what I figured too. Even if it wasn't Mion and the gang, searching for Keiichi who saw the light come on, someone saw it. Someone. Just someone. Could be anyone. Could be a random person we've never met. They see that, but they know the implications of that, so they report back. They report back to the Sonozakis. They report back to the big people in charge, right? The Sonozakis and the Hurodes. Like, there was someone in that storehouse. I saw the light come on. And immediately they're thinking, well, Takano and Tomitake, they showed up really late. They came in right at the end of the Cotton Festival, and they asked around, did any of you see Tomitake and Takano, like, at the ceremony, during the dance? Did anyone see that? No? Interesting. That's interesting. And already Mio knows that, Takano specifically had interest in what was going on and regarding all that. Right? She didn't hear the whole story that, Takano told because she eventually left because she didn't want to be around that, but she knows. And obviously people are going to like, didn't see Shion around either. Because Shion didn't participate in the cotton at the cotton part in the river. She didn't throw any cotton in the water. Like, didn't see Shion during the ceremony either. And she didn't set any cotton afloat either. She's just kind of disappeared at some point. And then when they found Keiichi, apparently, they realized that he didn't watch all of Rika's dance. They quickly realized, like, oh, you weren't there the whole time, were you? Oh, you haven't set any cotton afloat either. Did you just show up? Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So now the gang has figured out that Keiichi, well, specifically Mion has figured out that Keiichi wasn't around, but also figured out those other three weren't around. So, like, maybe they don't have concrete evidence that they were the ones that broke in, but they know enough that they saw that light come on, and they know that those four weren't around during the ceremony. Mm-hmm.
明日は元気になってるから。バイバイ。
Yeah, bye-bye. Wait, Mion. What do you mean by everyone? Just then, freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck. Hi, Teach.
こら、遅いですよ。顔を洗うだけなのに、時間がかかりすぎです。
It was the teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me.
ついミオンとおしゃべりを。
I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it and was now staying at the gate.
さ、お勉強に戻りますよ。早く早く。
Teacher was being insistent. We returned to the entrance. I looked back one more time and Mion was nowhere in sight. And see, that's the thing.
今日はずっと元気がないのです。
I can't tell for sure if it's, Mion knowing that shit went down and is, like, trying to get information out of us, or if potentially it's Shion, right? If we try to accept the theory that someone got scorched, right, to where they're unidentifiable, if we accept that truth, and we think that, like, maybe one of the sisters was involved, maybe it's Shion trying to really pressure Keiichi to see if he's going to crack, to see if he's going to keep their secret truly a secret, right? I don't know, there's plenty of possibility. Once they fucking brought twins into the equation, became, a real possibility. That there became a lot more possibilities of what could be going on.
昨日大はしゃぎしすぎたからに違いありませんわ。
Yeah, fun. That
迷子になって目を真っ赤にさせて半泣きしてたやつに言われたくねえ。
ちゃん、可愛かったよ。は
My friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? These thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day.
じゃあね、ケイチくん。また明日ね。
By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house.
みーちゃんも風邪だったみたいだけど、ひょっとしてケイチくんもなのかな？
No, I'm just sleep deprived.
大丈夫だよ。
Though, being sleep deprived can lead you to catching some shit.
こう見えても風邪で休んだことはないんだぜ。
でも、みーちゃんもケイチくんも。
気にしてくれてありがとな。大丈夫。バカは風邪ひかないんだぜ。
Raina smiled, then waved to me and left. Whew. My shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me.
何？
ケイチ、悪いんだけど図書館に行って本を返してきてくれ。お父さんも母さんも今ね、ちょっと電話待ち。返却期限も今日までだし、お願いできない？
Sheesh. Did have to do with Dad's job. No point in arguing if they bring that up.
仕方ないな。でも俺。
あら、知らない？沖宮の駅前をちょっと進んで。
Just then the phone rang. Parents' faces immediately turned grim. Mom snatched up the receiver.
もしもし、前原です。はい、おりますけど。
Then she thrust the receiver at my face.
ケイチに電話よ。早めに終わらせてね。
Tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster.
もしもし。
あ、園崎の妹の方です。こんにちは。今はお時間大丈夫ですか？
It was Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger made no reference to it.
シオンか。ミオンと同じで、今日は徹夜。
え？それじゃあおね。おねらしい。
She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to finish up.
ごめんな。ちょっと親が電話待ちをしてるんで、何の用だ？
お話ししたいことがあったんですけど、長電話が無理じゃ仕方ないですね。
She sounded a little disappointed. What did Shion want to talk to me about? I was interested.
じゃあさ、会って話をついでに図書館にも案内してもらう。
図書館って別にいいですよ。バイトのついでってことで。
じゃあいつもミオンと待ち合う園崎家の小道に分かれる分岐の。
あ、言ってませんでした。私本家じゃなくて、だから待ち合わせ場所は沖宮駅の改札前なんかにしてくれた方が嬉しいんですけど。
Main house. Living in Okinomiya? As she mentioned it, it always seemed like the Sonozaki sisters weren't communicating. Do they live in different houses? We knew this. Brother, we knew this. Also, now that she mentioned it, Reina said she never met the younger sister, despite going over to play sometimes. Yes. We knew this.
じゃあ駅に集合な。すぐに行くよ。じゃあ。
I set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a large pile of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies.
ケイチ、お夕飯までには帰るのよ。
じゃあ行ってくれよ。
I suppose I changed my clothes and grabbed my bike key. Climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth
ミ
process.
オンと違ってしみじみ。
おねを標準にされるといろいろと困ります。
Shion seemed a little unsteady too. She was drinking with me on last night, wasn't she?
お前も夕べは寝てないんだろ。隠しても無駄だぞ。で、学校を早退したに違いない。
残念です。私はそもそも今日はずる休みしてますので、私おねより容量いいですから。
Hey, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter.
じゃあ先に用事を。時間もそんなにないです。図書館へ行くんですよね。
ああ、頼むよ。お袋の借りてる本の返却期限が。図書館は遠いのか？
すぐ近くですよ。
As she said that, we spotted the signboard for the library almost immediately. If it was this easy to find, then I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around on a bend, and this building was right there. Shishibone Public Library. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain. The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which had that mildewy smell unique to old paper.
どこの図書館も似たようなもんだな。
There was one difference. It was that people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now that seemed like a distant memory.
すみません、返却に来ました。
The librarian went through the process of checking them and then returned my mom's library card. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face, like she wasn't the type who went to libraries very often.
悪いな、お待たせ、終わったよ。
図書館って涼しくていいと。私将来は図書館で働きたいです。
地味というか堅実というか、姉と比べると随分とささやかな希望だな。
Mion would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company or some other crazy job that involved her running all over around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said is pretty heartwarming.
まあ互いの持ち味を大切にしたいですよ。私たち分身じゃなくてシオンとミオンというちゃんとした個人なんですか
It
ら。
is important to remember, Keiichi. You gotta remember the key differences that separate them. Because at some point, and there's going to come a point, you're gonna need to be able to catch those key differences that separate them.
双子は双子なりに。でも楽しそうだよな。俺には兄弟はいないから、うちには俺以外は親し窮屈なもんだよ。
私だってそう。お姉とは一緒に住んでるわけじゃないですから。
All right, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, continuing the conversation.
え、お姉は本家に、私は沖宮。
本家ってなんだ？随分と立派な響きがあるけどな。
本家は本家です。園崎家の本家。お姉は跡取りだから、バッチャと一緒に住んで、いろいろと当主としての修行をさせられてるみたいです。
Mion, the head of the family? It kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't, too.
ケイちゃんは引っ越してきた。自分で言うのもなんですけど、園崎家ってここいらじゃ結構名士なんですよ。
え、本当かよ。
The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area.
園崎家はですね、親族全体で助け合う土壌があるんです。今の当主のバッチャが築き上げたんですけどね。
The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed one after another, using large amounts of money.
沖宮の街を歩くことがあったら、看板とかを意識してみてください。園崎の親族が経営しているお店って。
言われてみれば、例のおもちゃ屋も親類の人が経営してるみたいだ。そういえば、エンジェルモートも親類の人が経営してるんじゃないのか？
Even what few shops I was familiar with were the Sonozaki. Oh my god. Even what few shops I was familiar with were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising.
特に金融不動産関係は強いですね。あと商工会議所の役員も何割かは園崎姓かその親類がついてます。沖宮一帯を評伝に市議会議員と県議会議員にも園崎がいますし。
ちょっと待て、なんだかすごい話になってきたぞ。
Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okonomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected to local offices.
ひょっとして園崎家ってこの辺り一帯じゃすごいんじゃ。
ねえ、すごいんです。
All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy.
どうこんにちは。今日はデートですか。羨ましいですね。
そうだと思ったら邪魔しないでほしかったですね、大石さん。
That was it. It was Oishi-san, a police officer. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, didn't seem to like him very much.
いえいえ、知ってる声が聞こえてきたのでついつい。
Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion. Maybe not the same level, but it was very clear when Oishi interrupted them at the shrine that they were both kind of pissed at him. They both had some harsh feelings towards him. Mion probably more so because, like Shion said, she's inheriting like the family and whatnot, and all that comes with it, so she's very wary of him, whereas Shion's just kind of like, I don't know, not as much.
前原さん、あなたもタフな人ですね。園崎姉妹を二股かけるなんて。
いや、そんな二股だなんて。
I turned around to look at Shion and plead for her help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. I'm not two-timing anyone. Hell, I don't even think I'm one-timing anyone. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock.
ごめんな、私もうバイトの時間なんで。
そうなのか？
Wait, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though.
また今度。バイトが終わったら夜なら電話大丈夫ですよね。
ああ、大丈夫だと思う。
じゃあ今夜電話しますのでその時に。
Yeah, she probably wanted to talk about whatever has happened to Tomitaki and Takano.
じゃ。
Shion left so fast she was practically running. Aichi-san was waving at me with a grin. Felt like I'd been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work.
園崎のご令嬢とこれだけ親しくできるなんて、私も口の利き方を改めた方がいいかもしれません。
Aichi-san put a coin to a vending machine as he said something a bit appalling.
アイスティーでいいですか？ミルクは入れます？
いえ。
じゃあ入れますよ。はい、どうぞ。
He handed me a cup of tea filled to the brim with ice as I looked on absentmindedly. I don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shio, and this seemed like a total disaster.
前原さんは園崎さんのことをどれくらいご存知？
Which one?
さっき聞いた以上のことは何も。
Until then, I hadn't known anything about either Mion or Shion other than the fact that they were interesting. I really did only just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family.
園崎家はこの地域一帯を牛耳ってるヤクザ屋さんです。
Yakuza, huh? I don't know if I believe that. Yakuza. That seems like a stretch. That seems like a stretch.
ちなみに彼女のお父さんは関東でも有名なヤクザの大幹部さんです。
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know a whole lot about the Yakuza. My only knowledge of anything related to the Yakuza comes from the fucking Yakuza video games, which obviously those are video games with exaggerated stories. So clearly, like, but, like, that's the thing. I know Yakuza can have their hands in politics, right? They might put some pressure on certain politicians, but, like, I guess I've never really heard of, like, someone who's a family member connected to a Yakuza family running for politics, right? If your last name is connected to a Yakuza family, wouldn't that kind of like, I guess it wouldn't blacklist you necessarily if the populace is willing to vote for you regardless. But I don't know. Yakuza seems like a bit of a stretch. They're a giant crime family. That seems like a bit of a stretch. I'm willing to believe the conspiracy of like the Sonozakis and the Hurades, or more so the Sonozakis than anything, running things in Hinamizawa and having like, people in elected positions, to like help, cover up anything that happens in Hinamizawa. And like, I guess we haven't heard about the father. I guess we don't know much about the father. Yakuza seems like a stretch, though. Yakuza seems like a stretch, though.
ご存知でした？
大幹部って。
シオンさんのご自宅をご存知ないんですか？高い塀に有刺鉄線と監視カメラで守られた典型的なヤクザの組長宅ですよ。今度ぜひ遊びに行ってみてください。
She'd mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a Yakuza group?
まさか園崎美音さんが継ぐのはそんなちんけなヤクザ。彼女が継ぐのは園崎家そのものですよ。そのあたりの意味、ちょっと噛み締めていただけますかな。
Oishi-san had spoken lightly about all this from start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable.
ミオンさんがその気になれば、往来の真ん中で人殺しをしたってもみ消せちゃうかもしれないんですよ。証人は現れないだろうし、警察にだって圧力をかけられますし。
See, now I could believe that the Sonozaki family employs a Yakuza group, right? I could believe that. But that they themselves take part in that, I just struggle to believe, because obviously your surname carries a lot of weight. And if there is a notable Yakuza family known as the Sonozaki family, I feel like that's just not information you want attached to yourself, especially if you're trying to put people in elected positions in the government. I could believe there is a Yakuza family attached to the Sonozakis. I could believe that 100%, for sure. But that they themselves are the Yakuza family, I struggle to believe that. Okay, that's just bullshit.
しませんしません、ものの例えです。
大石名前。
ねえ、そうです。
大石さん、ミオンの家が何だろうと、ミオンは俺の誇れる最高の友人です。それをあまりけなすような言い方は好きになれないですね。
I let my quiet anger show through my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I can never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect.
ではざっくばらんに、そのミオンさんにいくつかの事件の嫌疑がかかっているとしたらどう思います？
Suspected? Incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim.
何かの誤解に決まってるじゃないですか。ミオンは物騒なことを言うやつだけど、そんな悪いことをするようなやつじゃない。
前原さん、ここ図書館ですから。
She hushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be calm so easily.
落ち着いてく。さっきも申し上げました通り。ですから、ちょっと何かあるとすぐに疑いがかかってしまう。そのあたりをご理解いただきたいのですよ。
Well, I know what Oishi-san is trying to say. Combining it with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okonomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her?
ですから、私だって仕事で仕方なくやってるんです。ミオンさんを疑うためでなく、ミオンさんの疑いを晴らすために捜査をしている。そうお考えいただきたいのです。
He could tug a dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence I'd met him.
大石さん、ひょっとして俺？
ねえ、そうです。前原圭一さん。
He answered in an absent tone of voice.
何かの事件でミオンを疑っていて、そういうことですか？
いえいえ、違う。私は園崎ミオンさんの友人と話をしに来たのではなく、前原圭一さんに話をしに来たのです。ご自宅にお伺いしたらご迷惑でしたでしょうからね。
俺に警察が何の用だって言うんですか？
Oh. 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 Is Shion in cahoots with Oishi? Oh. And maybe that's why so maybe she was putting on a front of being upset when she saw him at the shrine? Or more so she was upset that he was so blatantly there and making a deal of it? Being like, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? You should be staying your ass up in Okonomiya? Mayhaps, mayhaps. Because so far, all we've seen of Shion is that she seems very distrustful of things that go on in Hinamizawa, right? So if Oishi's getting involved, maybe she helps him out. He says, I want to speak to Maibara. And Shion says, well, I can get him up here. So as soon as Keiichi says, yeah, the library, she calls back Oishi and says, yeah, the library. I could see it. I could see it. Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul.
そんなに構えなくて大事。肩を楽にして。
それって。
偶然知り合ったおじさんとの世間話ってことにしましょう。
Oishi-san freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, that was sharp as a hawk. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was undoubtedly an unpleasant thought.
ゆうべは綿流しのお祭り、盛大で楽しかったですね。
はぐらかさないでください。今さら世間話なんかされても。
昨日の綿流しの晩、富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでしたか？
I could plainly feel myself give a start.
あれ、写真はどこに行っちゃったかな？
Pictures!
ああ、あったあった。
He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look.
どうでしょう？あったような、合わなかったような。
I was asked the same question for the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time too. Smart. Honestly smart. Keep your stories in line. Even if you're backed into a corner and they're like, we have clear evidence, like, nope. Keep your stories in line, bud. It doesn't matter if they're on 2 opposing sides, Mion and Oishi. Because who the fuck knows, maybe they're not. Like, ever since, like, the all-cast wrap-up part with Oishi, I've been kind of suspicious of, like, or not even the all-cast wrap-up, even, like, the end of Chapter 1, where they talk about, like, how the syringe had disappeared and part of the note had been removed, and yet Oishi denied any involvement, all that. Like, I've kind of been suspicious of the guy. I've kind of been suspicious that, like, he's not the trustful guy that we should have thought, that we thought he was, right? We should have been more suspicious of this guy and what his intentions were. So it's like, yeah, even if it's Oishi asking you, keep your story straight, especially if Shion's connected, because who knows what Shion's told him, right? So whatever Shion might have told him, like, keep your story straight.
あれ？まさかアルコールが入っててよく覚えてないなんてのはなしにしてくださいよ。
Here, too, I got the same answer as I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it.
もう一度、ゆうべのお祭りで、富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでしたか？
His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. Much like Mion. Keep your story straight. Don't fold. I'm scared. That was exactly how I felt. Don't fold.
繰り返し聞かれても、答えはさっきと同じです。
Okay. Keep strong, boy. Don't fold. I don't really remember. There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say I didn't see them, or the courage to admit I had.
そうですか。改めて聞けば、さっきとは違う答えが返ってくるかなと思いましてね。
I'm too scared to look Oishi-san in the eyes.
では、質問を変えます。ほら、リラックス、リラックス。
Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them as if trying to give me a massage. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would he ask the same things as Mion? If he's asking the same things, then the next question must be...
同じく夕べのお祭りなんですが、園崎しおんさんにお会いしませんでしたか？
So were you seen with Shion? I wonder what that sound was. When I looked down, I saw that was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. My hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth. Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it.
すみません。あったかもしれないですけど、ミオンと見間違えてるかも。
そんなわけはないでしょう。
Suddenly, Oishi grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. This must be what it's like to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing stare.
ミオンさんもシオンさんも服装そう簡単に見間違えるはずはありませんよ。前原さん。
His voice was harsh. Harsh, the same way as Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized he could feel it through my hands on my shoulders, I got even more scared. Why? Why are Mion and Oishi-san both asking about last night? Was sneaking into that storehouse so bad? Ugh. I shouldn't have let Takano-san talk me into it. Really shouldn't have. Tomitaka-san casually said to check it out too, so... Even Shion. If she hadn't encouraged me... No. I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse.
おいさん、ホタルの光っす。
A young man wearing a suit came to the lounge. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate.
ん？あれはもう閉館なんですね。
I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and announcement telling patrons the library had closed had started playing without me realizing it. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it.
じゃあ前原君、もうこんな時間なんで、このお話はもっと時間のある時にのんびりといたしましょう。
This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around.
そうそう。
なんですか？
さっきさせてもらったどちらの回答も。
はい。
参考ま、あなた4人で楽しそうに歩いてたじゃないですか。
Of course. Of course, we already knew they were going to be there. We already knew they were going to be there. They even said they were going to be there watching the festival to make sure nothing happened. We already knew they were going to be there. But of course, they're not directly involved with the family, so they're not going to immediately like jump on us and be like, hey, what are you people doing? They're just going to sit back and observe.
石段のところで私がこの目で見てますから。
I caught my breath, and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person. He knew, and he was testing me.
ではまた。良いお年を。
I sat there like a rock unmoving, till I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps. Interesting. So then if his questions are the exact same as Mion's, does that mean the same applies to Mion? Did she also see Keiichi there? Did she specifically see the four of them? No. Because I feel like if Mion saw the four of them there, she would intervene on Keiichi's behalf, right? To tell her sister to fuck off and try to pull Keiichi away from whatever they were going to do. So, like, I'm guessing Oishi saw them, like, on the steps before they went in. Wait, he said near the steps, right? Near the stone steps, right? So they haven't pointed out that they've seen them at the storehouse. That the stone steps is what leads down to the river where they were throwing cotton away, which, yes, all four of us were there, but eventually Tomitaka and Takano went down by themselves, and Keiichi and Shion stayed up. But they were moving as a group, the four of them, leading up to the stone steps down to the water. So he's saying he saw that much. So he doesn't know about the storehouse incident necessarily, but he does know that Keiichi was absolutely with those three people that night. Mm-hmm. And Mion might make that connection too. Maybe Mion saw them before she actually went over to them, right? Mayhaps. Maybe Mion was waiting. Tomitake and Takano left. And then Mion waits for Shion to leave because she doesn't want to deal with Shion. She waits until Keiichi is by himself, right? Before approaching. And that's when she starts asking questions about like, yo, did you see the whole dance and whatnot? Because she's trying to gauge how much time Keiichi spent with the group, right? She can already tell that Keiichi was with that group of people, right? With those other 3 people. She can already tell from the 4 of them walking up to the steps as a group that he was spending time with them. So now so that's when she starts asking questions, trying to gauge how much time he spent with them. And then when he inadvertently reveals that he did not watch all of Rika's dance, she can already put the pieces then together that, okay, he dipped out before the end of the ceremony. He dipped out before Rika was even finished dancing. Right? So now she has that much information. So now, I guess she finds out about what happened to Tomitake and Takano and what they were involved in. And now, much like Oishi, she's trying to gauge how involved Keiichi was with what happened with that group of people. With what happened with Takano and Tomitake. Because I'm guessing she knows what happened to Takano and Tomitake. She was probably involved in what happened to Takano and Tomitake. Right? We haven't found out what happened to them specifically. We don't know yet, but we know something is but I'm sure something has happened to them, and we just haven't gotten hit with that news flash yet. And both Mion and Oishi, for separate reasons, are trying to gauge just how connected Keiichi is to those people, because Mion needs to know how much Keiichi knows, right? If he's gone too far to where she needs to take care of him. And Oishi wants to know, because I'm guessing they're the victims, and he wants to know what happened to the victims prior to their death, right? What happened to them. He wants more information so he can investigate deeper. They both have their own motives, but they're both trying to figure out this. They're both trying to find the same bottom line, is how connected is Keiichi? How involved is he in whatever happened with Takano and Tomitake? How involved was Shion, right? How much involvement did Shion have in the incident? That's what they're both trying to deduce, but for their separate motives. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I thought. The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down little by little by an indigo color approaching from the east. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I had done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank. No more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hollowed ground only accessible to the family priest. For sure, I had seen terrifying things that I had never imagined would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. What the 4 of us did, Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the 4 of us did. Did we do something so bad? Really? Doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. There was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I would never do something like that again either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment. However, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Now that I made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike, pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me. But we're not out of the woods yet, are we? I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. See, that's the thing. He's like, I'm just going to listen to music and go to bed. Except he's probably already forgotten because he's so shaken up by Oishi, so I don't blame him. But Mion said she was going to call us back tonight. My mom called me from downstairs.
Keiichi, 電話よ。園崎さんから。
Sonozaki. Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She'd had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight.
もしもし、シオンか。
どうも、今日は災難でしたね。
She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran.
そんなこと言わ、私、ケイちゃんに一緒に逃げようってサインを送ったじゃないですか。なのにケイちゃん、ぼさっと残っちゃって。
What signal did you give me? You said, oh, I gotta go to work. Bye. Was that my signal to be like, oh, well, maybe. Actually, that would have been a decent signal. Like, oh, hey, let me walk you there. Like, yeah, if he really wanted to get out of it, like, he did have the opportunity. She didn't really set him up that well for it. Well, especially since I think that's kind of why she didn't like deny the date the date assumption that Oishi said, because I was kind of like, hey, if this is a date, then you would walk me back, right?
ボサ、シオンがあっという間に置いてきぼりにしたんで。
そんなの、私に愚痴られても困ります。
I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks just like Mion, and yet inside she's this different. I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was somewhere in my mind hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person.
ああ、次からはシオンを置いてくぐらいのつもりで。
できればレディーファーストでお願いします。
Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be...
それより、俺に何か話が。
あ、はい、もしも、もう知ってるなら、知ってますか?
Shion lowered her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know.
悪いけど、何のことかヒントくらい出せ。
ってことは、知らないみたいですね。
She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest.
実は、昨日の渡流しのお祭りの晩なんですけど。
My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask me the same thing? No, Shion's not going to ask you the fucking same thing. She was in the group, stupid. Is she going to be like, were you with Tomitaki and Takano last night? Like, of course she's not going to ask that. It's one thing for Mion and Oishi to ask, even if they already know, but they were actually there. Shion was right next to you the whole goddamn time, stupid.
もしもし、ケイちゃん、聞いてます。
あ、聞いてる。昨日の晩どうした？
私たち4人、入ったじゃないですか。
She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened.
それでその後、みんなで歩いて、石段のあたりで私たちみんな別れましたよね。高野さんたちは沢に行って、ケイちゃんはその場に残って、私は親類の人たちのところに。
ああ、それがどうした？
お互い質問の返し合いになっちゃうと拉致がいいですか？
ゆうべ、富武さんと高野。
あの後、あの二人には会いましたか？
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked this question today. Why? Why? The hell was going on?
どうしてだからどうして？
ほら、質問は私が答えてください。
シオンが先に答えたら俺も答える。
My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just I was beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth. That response, she finally answered me.
もちろん一緒にいた親類が証明できます。
俺だって会ってない。証明って言うならミオンとかレナとかみんながしてくれる。
Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything
正
else.
直に答えてくれて。じゃあ言いますね。
Oh,
ゆうべ高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。
that's why she was holding off dropping the bombshell right away, right? Because she was just like, yeah, no, I just want to know, were you with them? Because should I be telling this to someone who might have been involved?
ごめん、シオン、今。
ゆうべ高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。高野さんは焼死体で。
Oh, Takano was in the barrel. So what, Tomitake died in his usual
富
way?
武さんは自殺みたいな感じで。
Tomitake died in his usual way. But Takano was burned to death in a barrel. And that's the thing. He said it was done as like a message, right? It was like they were sending a message. Okay. Because that's right. This time around, the cops were actually at the festival. We know this because Oishi said so, right? Oishi was like there at the shrine grounds the day beforehand. And then now we know that he saw us with his own eyes. So like he was there at the festival. So Takano being burnt alive and stuffed in an oil drum. Well, maybe not burnt alive, but cooked, right? Because he said that she was in the oil barrel unrestrained, right? And he hypothesized that she had been strangled and then burnt and then stuffed in the barrel, right? But the fact that she was left outside the prefecture to like send a message like, yeah, we did this, and even though you were right there at the festival, you still couldn't catch it, right?
今朝知ったんです。お父さんが親類の人からの電話で話してるのを聞いて。
Late last night, a police car on its way back from festival security duty had discovered Tomitake-san lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okonomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died.
なんだよ。あの明るそうな富武さん、何かの間違いだろ。
警察がちゃんと検視、自分の爪でガリガリと喉をかきむしって血管を自分の血で溺れ死んだんだって。
そんなバカな自殺、自分の喉をかき破るなんておかしすぎる。
I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. Yeah, you get so excited so quickly, Keiichi. I was just about to say, like, God damn, you should not be saying this all so loudly when you know your parents are home. That keeps happening with this kid. He always starts, like, shouting. He's like, ah, no way. And they're always like, dude, shut the fuck up. We're trying to have a hushed conversation right now. Even Oishi had to be like, hey, shut the fuck up, kid. We're in a library, goddamn. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room.
大声出してごめん。で、高野さんも自殺。
高野さんは自殺かどうかちょっと。
Was Takano a suicide? She was burned to death. Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at a rest stop nearby reported to the police last night that they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after, there was a request for dental comparison from the prefectural police station in Okonomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide, since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area.
灯油管が転がってたそうなんで、焼身自殺の線もあるそうです。
自殺なわけ。同じ死ぬならもっと楽な方法がいくらでもあるだろう。
That, and that's just like, I don't know, it seems like even if you're going to, if that's the way you're going to go out, right? By setting yourself on fire, that feels like way too complicated of a method to go out, right? To like set up an oil drum and like sit in the oil drum and then light the oil drum on fire and essentially like cook yourself like that. Like, would not the like, I'm pretty sure the more obvious method would, like, he said there was they were at a rest stop, which means she definitely could have gotten, fuel, gasoline from somewhere. Then would not be the method to do the classic cover yourself in gas and strike a match? Why would we incorporate the oil drum? Why would we cook ourselves alive like that? Like, not that it makes it any better, but it seems like a bit too complex for it to be just a simple suicide.
こんなの絶対に自殺なものか。
私だってそう富武さんのだって自殺だなんて考えられない。
After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. As we calmed our nerves, right then, I understood what Shion's story actually meant.
お社様のたたり、私たちたたられるのに十分な資格があります。
資格って別に俺は。
Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. Tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me, I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault, and no one else's.
シオン、お前は昨夜、細工殿の中に忍び。
まさか、そりゃ、多少はやばいとは思いましたけど。
Shion's
こんな
words
ことになるなんて、夢にも思いませんでした。
were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught, but that was the thrill of this little adventure. It was the same for me.
それよりもケイちゃん、ちょっとよく考えて、今年のお社様のたたりはおかしくないですか?
It was already plain strange, seeing as how Tomitaki-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what could possibly be stranger?
遺体が2つ見つかったってことです。言いましたよね。例年は1人が死んで1人が消えるんです。2人の死亡が確認されたのは今年が初めてです。
Shion, we are so fucked. If they're doubling it, that means two people gotta disappear. Maybe they just don't know it yet.
確かにそうかもしれないけど。
いいえ、ケイちゃん、もっと真剣にいいですか？2人の死がお社様の怒りを鎮めるための意見がまた。
Yep, and we were in a group of 4.
そういう理屈になるの。じゃあなんだ、富武さんと高野さんが死んだ陰で、今年は2人が行方不明になってるって。
I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze. No shit.
まだ誰も行方不明になってないと思います。多分2人が失踪するのはこれからじゃないかと思うんです。
Shion, like me, was obviously in the same feeling crawling down her back.
これから2人が
Shion didn't answer.
失踪する。
I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes and tried to wrap into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tomitaki-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. 2 more people were to be sacrificed. Then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us.
まさか冗談だろ。
I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke, even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. If Tomitaki-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself it was coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat, and she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us, some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued, knowing I was running away.
大地、そんなの新聞に出てないぞ。そんなに奇怪な事件なら雑誌記者とかだって面白がって大勢来るに決まってる。
マスコミに報道されないのは当然なんです。過去にそうだったから。
When the incidents occurred for the 3rd year in a row, there were some third-rate magazines that snipped out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy, where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media. Yup.
じゃあつまり二人の死は秘密裏に処理されてしまったということか。
そういうことです。もちろん警察は捜査をしてますよ。でも秘匿捜査ということなので、捜査活動にはかなりの制限が加えられているそうで、これは事実上の捜査妨害と言えるでしょうね。
This story was unbelievable. People died, and yet they don't publicize it and deal with everything in secret.
もっと噛み砕いて言うと、綿流しの夜に誰が死んでも、
そんなバカな話が。
ケイちゃん、私以前にお社様のたたりは、つまりこのひなみ沢では毎年綿流しの夜にお社様のたたりということにして誰かを殺してもいい土壌がいつの間にか作り上げられているんです。
When someone dies in the night of Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of a Yashiro-sama. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma around Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret.
バカな！毎年死者と行方不明、いくらマイナスイメージって言ったって警察にも限度があるだろう。
毎年の事件が不可解って言うなら、警察も本腰を入れられるんでしょうけど、何しろ毎年の事件は個別に解決してます。連続事件という形にならないんですよ。たまたま毎年綿流しの場に不幸なことが起こる、それだけのことに。
Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get away and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was, in essence, resolved. The damn sporting couple who died in an accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical something or other, certificates. They even did an autopsy. They concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the fourth year, the sister-in-law of the damn sporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to one another, and each was independently resolved.
なのになぜか毎年綿流しの晩に不幸な連続事件にしたくても連続にならないんです。それでも毎年必ず誰かが死んで誰かが消えていく。
The story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off.
じゃあ俺たちも毎年一人死ぬと一人が消えるように、富武さんや高野さんの道連れに消えさせられるっていうのかよ。
My lips had, at some point, become completely dry. Just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me.
俺たちそりゃ確かに入っちゃいけないところだったかもしれないが、見ただけだぜ。何かを盗んだり持ち出したり、見たことを誰かに喋ったわけじゃないんだぜ。
I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake-san and Takano-san deserve such cruel deaths?
第一、俺はあんなの見ても高野さんが見て一人で大喜びしてただけだろ。
Listen, man, I didn't enjoy robbing the bank. The other guy enjoyed it, all right? I just happened to be there. Okay, bud, that does...
悪いのは高野さんだけだよ。
Keiichi.
俺は全然関係ないぜ。
Keiichi. This whole time leading up to Shion's phone call, when you were like pedaling your bike back, you're like, no, I can't blame others for my actions. I must take responsibility for what I did. I can't just blame it on being curious. I committed a wrong and I need to own up to it. At the moment there's like, oh, consequences. Nope, fuck it, wasn't me. Nope, I wasn't at fault. It was the crazy bitch. Wasn't me. Nope, not me at all. Nope, not in the slightest. Couldn't have been me. Nope. I did nothing wrong. I'm a little angel. I'm an innocent little boy, all right? I am a saint. I've done nothing wrong.
興味もないし関係ないし、 あの中にあったものだって知ったことじゃない。
I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self, in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore.
俺はもともと興味なんか全然なかったんだ。
Bro's saying all this as if it's gonna help him. Maybe if I say all this, so Yashiro will fucking look better on me. Because what the fuck good is telling this to Shion gonna do? She already knows this bullshit. She was there.
リカちゃんの演舞を見ていたかっただけなんだ。それをシオンが勝手に連れ出したんじゃないか。
Blame everyone else, bud. Blame everyone else. It was Takano. Takano pulled us in there. And Tomitaki gave me the suggestion that I should go in there. He said I'm a young boy who would be curious about these things. He said I should go in there. And I wouldn't have even been there in the first place if it wasn't for Shion pulling me away. Whatever you gotta tell yourself, bud. Because you definitely couldn't have told Takano no. You definitely couldn't have said, it doesn't apply to me, Tomitake. You definitely could have told Shion to fuck off, I don't want to be involved. Nah. We take no responsibility in this household.
あの二人が泥棒しようが相引きしようがしたことじゃない。そうだよ。そもそもシオンが中に入ろうって言い出したんだ。
Oh, I get it. He's scared now that there's actual real consequences on the line, but fuck, it's so funny. She's trying to get down on his and relate to him, be like, hey, we're both fucked. We are both in the same boat. We are both in a bad situation. I'm assuming she was going to lead towards, we got to look out for each other. You know, we got to help each other right now. And his immediate thought is, it's all your fault. You're the only one who should be disappearing. I'm an innocent little boy. Fuck you. It was all your fault. It never would have happened if not for you.
ケイちゃんは見ておく必要があるとかなんとか思わせぶりなことを言って中に引き込んだんだ。どうしてくれるんだよ。俺は全然関係ないんだぞ。どうすんだよ。どうすんだよ。どうやって責任を取ってくれるんだよ。
Take responsibility. You gotta take responsibility for my actions, you bitch.
おい、聞いてる。
Click. Without any warning, the phone cut off, with the soft sound of receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was. I just said some really self-centered things. My riled up emotions disappeared as if they never existed, and in their place surged waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. Yeah, no, she came to you. She was trying to be like, hey, we are equally fucked right now. Like, we're on a level playing field. I'm sure she was going to get to a point in the conversation where, like, we got to look out for each other. Like, anything goes wrong, we got to keep each other in the loop. And your immediate thought is, fuck you. Fuck you. It's all your fault. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, listen, I'm on team fuck Shion all day. Like, I've been on that side. Like, y'all know this. But in this situation, like, that's the thing. When Shion first popped up at the festival, I was like, don't do it, Keiichi. That's nothing but trouble. And I was right. But guess what? It's no longer fuck Shion because you made your choice, buddy. You made your choice. You can't say, hey, fuck you in this situation. You can't retroactively be like, fuck you. No. You made your choice. And now probably your only fucking ally you had, potentially. Shion's still a mischievous one, alright? Let's not get it twisted, alright? Like I said, I'm still in that camp where I don't trust Shion in the slightest, but like, the only person you had that could have been an ally, you essentially told him to fuck off. You essentially told him they should shoulder all the blame and you should be innocent. Yeah, bud, congratulations. I went to call her back, but then I remembered she lives in Okonomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. Yeah, that would not end well for you. I couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand. I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion. Calm down and call me again. Again! The fucking nerve telling her to calm down? Woman, I just need you to calm down and stop being so emotional and call me back. Her? She needs to calm down? She was probably the most calm. She realized, yeah, this isn't going anywhere. Click. She's already calm. You're the hysterical one losing your shit. You stupid fuck. You stupid fuck. You are about to pick up that phone and go, Shion? And it's gonna be Mion. Already calling that.
もしもし、前原です。
I swept up the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at that exact moment. Or it's gonna be something totally unrelated for the parents.
前原さんのお宅でしょうか。夜分遅くに失礼。君吉と申します。ご主人様でいらっしゃいますか？
It was the voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me.
いえ、親父に用なら呼んできます。
I went to put the receiver back down, but the caller stopped me hurriedly.
実は恐縮なんですが、うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してませんでしょうか？
いえ、誰も来てませんけど。
そうですか。夜分遅くに申し訳あり、失礼いたします。
I don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call while I was on the phone? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. God, Keiichi. Again, I know he's a teenager, but fuck. Not all teenage boys are the dumbest pieces of shit you've ever met, alright? Believe me, I grew up around plenty of teenage boys. Some are fucking stupid, sure. This fucking stupid, this fucking self-centered, god fucking damn. Who the fuck was that random bitch? Shion could have called me back. Brother, we both know she's not gonna call you back. We both know it. You gotta accept that. Take it out on this, whoever this fucking person is. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maibara. Yeah, listen to your inner voice. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, the more I thought that Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Wow. Shocker. I'm surprised. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maibara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. Yeah, shocker. I'm totally surprised. Fucking dumbass. More scrapbook notes. That's interesting. The achievement says, I got an achievement that says close calls, which, yo, ha, funny. But it says form an alliance. We didn't, though. I'm sure Shion was trying. But I think she totally underestimated how much of a fucking dipshit Keiichi is. Anyway, new scrapbook notes, which is kind of interesting. I'm guessing maybe they're leading up to her death. The significance of Watanagashi. Watanagashi, a festival of hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it has come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Perhaps it was because of the disparity between being both an egregious act and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. However, I found some very interesting literature that appears to raise questions about that explanation. As with most oral traditions, it is not easily swallowed. Oral, swallowed, yeah, that's funny. But it does mention a few things that spark my interest. According to this literature, even the residents of Onagahuchi village felt fear towards this ritual. Women and children would grow pale and tremble, and those of weak constitution would vomit, but it said that the feast, the dissection, was an obligatory viewing. This is an extremely curious tale. Until now, I thought that the residents of Onagahuchi village were fascinated by the Watanagashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar barbaric humans, cut them open like fish, and by eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness. At least that's what I thought. However, if what the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination, but fear, then that would suggest that the ritual meant something entirely different. There's the possibility that the executions were meant as warnings, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience. Onegahuchi village has been effectively ruled over by 3 old families, called the Three Families. Wow. Without investigating the 3 families, I probably wouldn't get any closer to the truth of Onegahuchi village. What's the 3rd family? Obviously, the Sonozakis and the Hurudes are the big ones. What's the 3rd family? What's the 3rd family? The 3 families. Oh, here we go. The 3 families refers to the 3 old families who effectively came to rule Onegahuchi village. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family, the Furude family, and the Sonozaki family, and each of them still exists today. Okay. That's the one piece we need to know. Kimiyoshi is a totally new name, though. Never heard that name at all in the first chapter, so that's totally new. But the Kimiyoshis were calling us. We got a phone call from the Kimiyoshis. Though they don't have as much control as they did in the Roma past, they still hold considerable influence today. The 3 families are considered by legend to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons runs the thickest. The Kimiyoshi family. The Kimiyoshi family appears to have held great power as the head of the 3 families, but it doesn't have that kind of leadership today. The current mayor of the village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi, is from this family. I thought the mayor was a Sonozaki. Or maybe it's like the mayor of Okinomiya? I thought the mayor of the village was a Sonozaki. The fact that members of the Kimiyoshi family are elected as mayor every generation is thought to be a remnant of the old system. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, it doesn't change the fact that the Kimiyoshi family holds the mayoral office even through popular elections in the post-war era. The Furude family. The center of the village's faith since ancient times, the Furude clan has guarded the soul shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama. They were worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyashiro-sama for a long time, but the family branched off after the war and lost most of its power. It now consists of only the main house. The main house, as well, presently consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude, so the lineage may end in this generation. There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females of the Furude family, so the only daughter, Rika, is the subject of much respect among the elderly of the village. The Sonozaki family. It is said that this family had a certain police-like role of protecting the religious precepts of Onegahuchi village. Of the 3 families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Of course, today the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the 3 families has completely reversed. Okay, that's what I was saying. I thought the Sonozakis were fucking, like, running shit. And, like, I had never heard of the Kimiyoshis until this point. And they had it, like, in the past, the Kimiyoshis were fucking everything, and the Sonozakis, they were just kind of, like, there. Even now, one could say that they are in control of Hinamizawa. The 3 families conferring with each other is similar to the old way. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, essentially decides all of the goings-on in the village by herself. Okay. Grandma Sonozaki running shit. So, what, is the elected official the mayor, just kind of like a figurehead then? And Grandma Sonozaki is the one who, like, genuinely runs shit, but she doesn't actually, like, hold an office of any kind? Is that what we're getting out of it? Ring ring.
夜分遅くに失礼いたします。君吉と申しますが、ご主人でいらっしゃいますか。はい。いえいえ、その説はこんな時間にうちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してないかと思いまして。
Now what the fuck? Because the voice I heard before was like a woman's voice. What the fuck? No. Can I scroll back up that far? Yes, I can.
あ、いえいえ、お忙しけれ ば結構なんです。実は恐縮なんですが、うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してませんでしょうか。
Yeah, the Kimiyoshi that called us was clearly a girl. And this is clearly some old dude. What the fuck?
ですよね。こんな時間に。それでは失礼。ごめんください。
どうだい？
参ったな。どんなに熱中しても電話くらいはしてくれる人なんだけれどな。
Okay, so our various family members like calling around trying to
囲
find
碁
this
の
guy?
人の家は全部電話したんでしょ？
はい、君吉。
園崎です。どうです？村長さんは見つかりました？
ああ、ミオンちゃんか。片っ端か見つからないん。参ったな。どこで油を。
こっちでも心当たりにいろいろと問い合わせましたけど、バッチャにも相談したんですが、青年団を招集して。
こんな時間に。
綿流しの直後ですから、少し慎重に扱った方がいいと。それでも見つからないなら、明朝警察に通報しましょう。見つかる見つからないは別にして、痛くない腹を探られない方がいいでしょうから。
おりょうさんがそう言った。
はい。直接声を聞かないと信用。
いえ、わかりました。青年団を集めて探しましょう。それで見つからなければ翌朝に警察に通報。
青年団の連絡もよろしくお願いしますね。私もバッチャの代行ということでそちらに参ります。
I need to have a chat with Reina. Because Reina says she's gone over to Mion's house to play, right? Has she seen Grandma Sonozaki? She ever seen or heard from her? I'm curious. I'm curious. Very curious. Because is this a story of the old man is dead? Or in her case, the old woman. Grandma Sonozaki is dead. And Mion is, trying to run things in her stead? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Mion's trying to keep things going despite her not being around. And she's putting the pressure on everyone else, being like, you wouldn't question my grandmother, right? Do you not have faith in my grandmother to believe her words without needing to hear her voice? They'll go, oh God, no, Miss Sonozaki, I would never assume such things. Maybe.
ありがとう。すぐにみんなを集めます。
ええ。では。
Mion, you're a tricksy one. Mion, you're a tricksy one. You're up to some shit. I can tell you're up to some shit. You're a tricksy one. Very tricksy. But let us continue. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. Fair. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. Once again, bud. Not the one who needed to calm down. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? Brother, she's not gonna call you back at 4 in the morning. What if it rang while I was asleep? It's not like at 3 in the morning she's gonna be like, you know what, I should try calling Keiichi again. No. Because then she knows she's gonna wake up the fucking household by ringing the phone, you dumb fuck. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms. Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came. By that time, I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. God damn, you are stupid. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Yeah, you've now gone 2 days without sleep. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually don't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide.
どうしたの？今日はどこかに
学校に。
圭一くん、なんだか今日も調子悪そう。
Wow, it looks like you got even worse.
やっぱり風邪かな。
風邪じゃなくて寝不足なんだ。寝ぼけてわけのわかんないことを言い出したらフォロー。
圭一くん、寝ぼけたらどんなこと喋り出すのかなちょっと楽しみかも。
I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Reina's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes.
よ、ケイちゃんにレナ。おはよ
あれれ、みーちゃんもなんだか寝不足な感じだよ。
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow.
寝たの3時ぐらい。眠い。
3時？昨日に続いて。おいおい。大方漫画の単行本が面白くなっちゃって。俺にも経験があるぞ。
I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Reina smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Reina's expression immediately darkened.
あれ、ひょっとして村長さんの子まだ見つかってないの？
おい、村長さんが見つかってないって何の話だ？
Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
おはようございます、ケイイチさん。聞きました？なんだか大変なことになりま。
俺はその村長さんって人をよくボケて徘徊してるだけじゃないのか？
村長さんはボケてお習字も教えるし、剣道も教えるはつらつな方でございますの。僕と同じで、きっとどこかで迷子なのですよ。迷子いいね。はう、お持ち帰り。
Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika-chan do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. While I might entertain dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats.
皆さん、おはようございます。
The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy.
すでに昨日の夜、村長さんが夜遅くになっても、皆さんの中で昨日村長さんを見た人はいますか？
One or two hands went up in the silence. They told her about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst
も
themselves.
しも村長さんを見かけた人は、大人の人に教えてあげてくださいね。それでは授業を始めます。
After that, the same old lessons began. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They're mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips, he would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If after all that they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to go looking in the mountains. Even now at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onakashi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice for Yashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? That scary possibility, which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Yashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The four of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitaki-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been Mai and Shion's turn next.
今度こそ俺かシオンの番なのにな。
I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Watanagashi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onagahuchi, but not once had they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish, bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom.
そういえば、サトシさんがいなくなったのも去年の今頃だったね。
Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was... right. Disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly.
サトシさんの時も確かこんな風に村中で探したんじゃなかったっけ？
あれも見つからなかったんだよ。あれって確か鬼隠しじゃなかったの。
うん。貯金を全部下ろして家出しちゃったんだって聞いたよ。警察の人が名古屋駅で新幹線に乗るところを見た人がいるとか言ってたもん。
Ran away, huh? I was not interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
今日は味の加減を間違えちゃったみたいだね。ごめん。
Normally, Reina's lunch would have been devoured immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Reina's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
そんなことありませんのよ。レナさんのお弁当は今日もとっても美味でしたよ。
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Reina's bento box and pulls bits of food out one after the other.
ええ、今日も格別です。あれ、大丈夫？レナさんのかぼちゃならとっても美味しいですわ。
Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shove more into her mouth. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was.
そんなにうまいなら俺もいただかないとな。このままじゃ。あんまり
にも美味しいので、ぜひケイイチさんにも召し上が。
たまには俺も年上らし。よし、遠慮するな。今日は俺の分まで食ってよし。
She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. Grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face.
嘘だよ。そんなにうまいものを譲るほど。レナも食え。俺のは夕べのおでんの残り物だが、おでんは一晩。
お大根が綺麗な色に透き通ってて、じゃあいただこうかな。
They reached out with their chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was this curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself in the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target.
しかし、ミオンは遅い。あいつのお手洗いってこんなに長いのか？
Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
多分どっかでお昼寝してるんだと思う。 昨べはきっと遅くまで村長さんを探すお手伝いをしてたんだと思うから。
I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no good day. I just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
村長さんはね、ちっちゃかった頃みーちゃんのことをすごく可愛がってくれたんだって。いたずら盛りのみーちゃんをすごく可愛がってくれたってよく話してたな。
I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward.
そういえばリカちゃんも遅いな。ひょっとしてリカちゃんも仲良くお昼寝か？
リカはそんなに遅く、リカがあくびをしたら皆さんみんなしておやすみなさいませおやすみなさいませって。
Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival too. An image of their indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that?
リカちゃんって何気に年寄りのアイドルだな。理想の孫娘像ってやつなのか？
そんなの知らん。でもリカちゃんのあくびなら見てみたい。きっとね、ふわーって。お持ち帰り。そんなに可愛いとも思いませんけど、ふわーって喉の奥まで覗ける。リカちゃんのあくび。は
Reina's handy at times like these. Finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Alright, I'm on day duty today, aren't I? Need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge, so they can immediately tell you if you don't do it right.
リカちゃんのだけじゃなく、さとこちゃんのも。あくび。窒息。はあ、ちらっと見えた。かいの見えた。さとこちゃんのあくびもかい。お持ち帰り。
How much, Caddy? Reina was strangling Satoko. I don't think that counts as yachting. You know, Reina is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious... censored, isn't she? She sure is. Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Reina was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you would expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big, one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also, thankfully, on day duty. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. If you were placed on day duty with someone who liked this sort of thing, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be a cake.
悪態をついても諦めて仕事を始めるか。
Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me.
兄ちゃん、そこ裏にだいぶくたびれかけ、あそこにも水をやってあげな。
あのカレー菜園、じゃがいもとか人参とかカレーの具しか栽培してないっていう。
It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. Couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I didn't know how it happened, but Reina and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all the desks in a circle, forming a ring, while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk of the elder's disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Reina's backwards flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight, even if as a result they flipped over my desk. Ah, that's my pencil box. Yeah, I'll just let it happen today. I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing to be wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. I should about do it. No sooner had I had that thought than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too.
やらないと後で色々と不利益なことがありそうな気がする。
True. You definitely don't want the teacher on your ass. I gave up, filled the can with water again, and headed behind the warehouse. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pillbugs being around. So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised.
Rika-chan, 驚かせるなよ。
Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance.
Rika-chan?
Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground.
Rika-chan, ひょっとして転んだとか?
違うのです。
Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She looked anywhere near normal, though.
何があったんだ? まさか倉庫の屋根の上で昼寝とかしてて落ちたとか?
僕のことはそれよりも圭一に聞きたいことがあるのです。
Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. First, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered.
俺になんだよ?
She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
圭一、お祭りの晩に何か悪いことをしましたか?
My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain.
圭一、本当に覚えはありませんか?
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact everyone knew? They all knew. And they came to ask me. Again and again until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomitaki-san and Takanoda-san's deaths prove it? Don't fold. Don't fold. I know it's Rika, alright? And that's a tough one not to fold for. Don't fold.
圭一?
How should I respond? Don't fold. We never should have entered the Forbidden Storehouse, even though I regretted it so much. Was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I'd all but decided what I was going to say.
俺も悪いことの覚えが多すぎて見当がつかないよ.
Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. There you go, bud. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
変なことを聞いて忘れてくださいなのですよ.
She said, smiling her usual smile. Then, tap, 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 she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me.
Rika-chan.
She didn't hear my voice, and I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did.
Rika-chan.
はいなのです.
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why does everyone ask me about the night of the festival? That evening? Had I done something that wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. God damn it, Keiichi, don't fold! Really? Still, Tomitaki-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180 as if flipping a switch. Don't fold. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maibara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. God damn it, Keiichi! Don't fold! Of course, it's normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tometaki-san Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat which began to fall.
Keiichi.
Riki-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
ケイイチが何を悩んでいるのか、僕にはよくわからないのです。
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Riki-chan's palm could reach it. She patted me kind of like one would a cat.
境内の裏を少し行ったところに西宮殿と言いますです。
My breath literally stopped. Riki-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
お祭りの晩、その西宮殿に猫さんが入り込んだのだそうです。
Oh, you don't say. That's quite the way to follow up after he says she was petting me like a cat. Like, yeah, apparently there was a cat in the storehouse. Like, oh, you don't say.
猫？
はい、猫さんにゃーにゃーなのです。
Riki-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me.
猫さんは前でも僕が意地悪をして中を見せてあげなかったのです。なので祭りの夜、猫さんは我慢できなくなって中に入ってみましたのです。
Cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san, yeah? Or wait, was it supposed to be me? No, that clearly applies to Takano.
実は中には猫さんが怖がるものがたくさんあったのです。
Okay, well, scared would apply to Keiichi, but the whole setup of like, yo, the cat always wanted to go in the storehouse, but I was always mean to it, wouldn't let it do it. Like, that doesn't apply to Keiichi in the slightest. Riki-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me.
猫さんはびっくり仰天。一目散に逃げ出してガタガタブルブルニャーニャーで大変なのです。
ニャーニャー。
その猫が誰だ？
猫さんは猫さんです。ニャーニャー。
Yeah, way to fucking incriminate yourself there, Keiichi. Who are you saying this cat is? What are you talking about? The cat's a cat. Riki-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me.
リカちゃん、頼む。その猫さんはこれからどうしたらいい？
Keiichi, you are a stupid motherfucker. I told you not to fold. I told you not to fold. But then you go, oh, who is the cat? The cat's a cat. Okay, what should the cat do, though? Like, hypothetically speaking, if I knew the cat, like, what would it... I'd sort of admitted to being the cat. Yeah, no shit.
猫さんは猫さんですから、ニャーニャー泣いてるだけで大丈夫ですよ。
大丈夫って、そんな。
ニャーニャー泣いてるだけではダメなのですか？
Jeez, Riki-chan and I put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. Yeah, and she's trying to give you the fucking message of like, just keep living life as you have been. Don't do anything out of the ordinary. Just keep up business as usual, and you'll be fine. You stupid bastard. Like, we put together this whole code, and she's not, like, communicating via the code. No, you're the one trying to break the code, like, who's the cat? Hey, tell me who that cat is. I didn't say it directly, but I'd already admitted it. They want to end up like those two. They want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now that's enough.
泣いてるだけじゃ、猫さんがいたずら心で忍び込ん。
犬さん。
そうだ、犬さんなんだ。猫さんのところへ代わる代わるやってきて。
After I said that, Riki-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I'd already noticed her eyes darkening.
リカちゃん。
Silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Riki-chan grinned.
大丈夫ですよ。猫さんは僕が守ってあげます。
Huh? Thought for a moment that I misheard those words, so dependable they were.
猫さんはとても怖がっています。何匹かの犬さんがきっと勘違いしてるだけなのだと。
そんなに。
猫さんの心配、僕がきっと何とかしてあげますですよ。
Riki-chan will do something about it? I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Riki-chan didn't look all that dependable.
ちょっと大変ですけど、頑張りファイト、オーなのです。
She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing?
本当にリカちゃんで
僕が頑張らないと犬さんも大変なことになってしまうかもしれないのです。
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She'd been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things, so at first I understood her. Or in the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. It's because you're stupid. However, one thing I did know was not worry and to leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry.
ごめん、猫さんもこんなことになるなんて。
猫さんは臆病すだから見せたくなかったのです。
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it?
リカちゃん、その猫さんは忍び込んだ2匹の猫さんがあの晩に。
Keiichi! She never mentioned a second cat. She never said that cats snuck in. She said a cat. You just spilled the beans that there was a second cat. You stupid fuck. You didn't keep the secret. I mean, you already kind of broke that, but now you've dragged a second person into this. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
富武と高野ですか？
Whoa. Okay, that took it worse. Oh no, I'm stupid. Two of the cats that snuck in well that night. Okay, he is actually directly talking about Tomitaki and Takano. Okay, no, fair enough. You haven't thrown Shion under the bus just yet. Just yourself. That's fair enough. I'll let you slide. I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names, though it's weird to do at this point.
忘れると良いのです。
My spine froze again.
忘れる？
はい、あの二人のことを思い出すことは、圭一にと考えれば考えるほど怖くなるだけです。だから早く忘れた方がいいのです。
She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
どこで聞いたかわかりませんが、きれいさっぱりお風呂でゴシゴシするみたいに忘れちゃうと良いのですよ。
忘れるって言ったってあの二人がどん
な死に方をしても、それは圭一とは関係のないことなのです。
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable, and even seemed trustworthy, but suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me.
あいつはどうなるんだ?
You stupid goddamn, I was trying to give you credit for not throwing Shion under the bus like that. And then you just turn around and go, oh, well, what about Shion? Fucking Christ, dude. God, you suck at this shit. What about Shion? I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. No one had brought up Shion. Like, I'm not too mad. Like, obviously you had already been found out, right? Obviously you had already been found out. And obviously there's no, like, real shame in throwing Tomitaki and Takano under the bus because they're already dead, right? But no one... Okay, Rika had not mentioned Shion. Obviously, Mion and Oishi have mentioned her. So I guess it wouldn't be a surprise, far thing to conclude that Rika already knew about Shion. But still, to come right out and ask about it, like, fuck, at that point I'd rather go back to the code, like, the fourth cat, you know, like, to just out Shion like that. There's no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
姉妹猫の妹にゃーにゃー。
そう、妹猫だ。
Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
姉猫は怒ってます。妹猫が悪いことをしたので。
姉猫って。
That can only mean Mion. Yeah, okay. You're back to talking code. Stop bringing the fucking names into it. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
Keiichi, 姉猫はとても機嫌が悪いです。しばらくの間、そっとしてあげてほしいなのです。
Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. Yeah, no fucking shit. Are you just realizing that one, big dog? She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
今日から部活はなしにしましょう。
Damn. No more club?
なんでだよ。
そっとしてあげてほしいからなのです。
Okay, but you told me to keep meowing. You told me to keep meowing. How is it business as usual if we stop doing club? Riki-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. Don't disobey Riki-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her, just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything, like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san, Tomitaki-san, and what I did that night. Just then we heard a bell, far away, marking the end of our lunch break.
じゃあ校舎に戻ろうか。
Keiichi?
As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Riki-chan called out to stop me.
勘違いの犬さんが猫さんに噛みつこうとしたら知らせてくださいね。
The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one.
勘違いの犬さんって。
村長を噛んだ犬さんです。どうして村長を噛んだのか。噛むならいたずら猫さんを先に噛むはずなのにです。
The flow of blood in my body felt like completely stopped for a moment. Riki-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? Or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true.
ごめんなさい。猫さんが怖がっているのにごめんなさいなのです。
Riki-chan bowed so quickly and looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Riki-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. Oh, bad move.
ごめん。
Riki-chan made a very sad face, but I just couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. That day, Riki-chan said she wasn't feeling up for club activities, so she suggested we don't bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Reina and the others seem really disappointed. Big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remembered Riki-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. Nah, big sis ain't in a good mood. Okay. Interesting. So apparently, I don't fucking know who to trust anymore. It feels like Shion's the only ally we have in this situation, because she was also, involved in everything. But also apparently Rika-chan's trying to, I call her Rika-chan, like her name's Rika. I don't need to add the, it's just instinctual at this point. But like, Rika's the only one who seems to be, the only other one that seems to be like somewhat nice towards us. Like, but why? But why though? Like, to be fair, Rika is not one who, that we know of anyway, did anything to us in chapter 1 that we know of, but like, we also know that she's aware of everything. She's connected to one of the big 3 families. Like, it's hard to just instinctually put our trust in her. Though then again, I guess you could say the same of Shion, right? She knows everything and she's part of the big 3 families, but like, she was also directly involved in the incident, So that gives her a little bit more like, oh, we're kind of like in this together, Wildcats, but Oh, goddamn. It really is a situation of just like, I don't know who to trust. I genuinely don't know who to trust. I feel like I can't. Well, that's the thing. So far in this chapter, they haven't really set up Oishi as to be like a trusting individual. So far in this chapter, he's kind of set up as like someone everyone's kind of wary of. Even Keiichi himself is kind of wary of him. Like, I don't really know. I don't really know if I can fuck with you, bud. Whereas like in the first chapter, it was like, oh, Oishi's the only one we got. Oh, yeah, he's the only one we can trust. And this one, it really feels like, you know, even though Shion's kind of like the only person we could possibly have, it feels like Keiichi's kind of burned that bridge down. Like, who knows if she'll give him another chance after that, but like, it really feels like he's burned that bridge and that's not really an option. Yo, Rika's reaching out and trying to help him out, trying to give him like a little hint of what's going on behind the scenes, but also knowing her connections, it's hard to just inherently trust her. Like, and then like Mion, like, yeah, that's big homie, but we also know that Mion's not afraid to crack some skulls, you know? Reina doesn't seem to have any direct involvement yet, but also we know she seems to be kind of under Mion's thumb. If Mion tells her to do something, she's going to be able to convince her to do it, regardless of whatever it is. And then Satoko's there. I doubt she'd be much help either way for either party, but she's there. So yeah, like this chapter feels honestly a lot more hopeless. Like, we technically might have people in our corner, but like we truly don't know if they're actually in our corner. It's kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked. But unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to end this one here for today. Goddamn, man. Things are just... It's wild. Shit's wild, man. Shit's wild. Huh. Goddamn. See, I thought they would lean into the twin aspect a lot more, and maybe in later chapters it will, or maybe there'll be an event later on that ties into the twin thing more, but I feel like they set up the twins and like then like they kind of like, I guess, subvert expectations by going like, but we're not going to do the typical twin shit where like, yo, they do like, they swap each other's places or whatnot. We're going to throw in twins and we're going to make you feel real sympathetic for one. Or no, they kind of did like the opposite where they made you feel really sympathetic for Mion, and like it kind of like, you know, made Shion seem like kind of a bad guy, right? Especially leading up to the festival where she's the one who like drags you away, drags you into the storehouse and whatnot. But then like they kind of flip the tables where it's like now we're kind of wary of Mion because like we know she's connected to the family. Oishi said the shit about them being like Yakuza or whatever. But we know that the Sonozakis regardless are influential. And because we were, you know, involved with it along with Shion, we're kind of a bit more sympathetic towards her. And, you know, she seems to be like actually reaching out, trying to be nice, trying to, you know, be like, hey, let's, you know, we should work together on this. Even if she didn't directly say it, but it's not like Keiichi gave her much of a chance to fucking say it before he had his meltdown. There's just so much. There's just so much going on. There's so much going on, and that's good. I want there to be so much. I want questions. I want questions. That's you need that in your mystery. You need questions, but fuck. I just right now in this specific chapter, I just kind of question everything. Because like I said, I just don't feel like there's any one person we can rely on to be like, that's someone in our corner. Feels like everyone's kind of got something going on where the people who act like they could help us out, they're also like, also can't help but be suspicious. Like they got their own motives going on. Like it's a tough one. It's a tough one all around. But like I said, I got to wrap this one up here for today. So thank you to everyone watching. And hopefully I will see y'all in the next one. Till then, peace.